Waiting for full countdowns is overrated. Screw that. What is up, one and all, and welcome back to the channel. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Apologies, we're a little bit late going live. Combination of things on the day. I saw the schedule. There was very limited games available early on. And then on top of that, I knew I was going to have to catch up on some things behind the scenes. So I decided to try and sort those and then come live a little bit later because today is a little bit cursed. Yeah, so we have got quarterfinals happening, but most of those quarterfinals are going to be happening at a time I won't be able to be live. So they're going to be extremely in the evening, like for example, B versus SAS, I think it's like 7 p.m., 8 p.m. or something like that. And my son's being delivered back to me 7 p.m. at the latest, so we might have a little bit of a weird weekend where Tuesday, for rare once, we aren't able to catch every quarterfinal. So sorry about that in advance. It's just unavoidable in this situation. But we will at least be able to catch a few. So we're opening up with Aaliy checking in on Anavaku versus Myriad, and then we'll be hopping into LuMT versus the winner of Anno versus Myriad. So interesting start. Why are you redeeming push-ups? Bro, we got like no time. We got to like plow on into games. And you're like, oh, we do push-ups. Oh, I don't want to do the workout. You do the workout. One, two, three. There, I done the push-ups, but did you sign up for Opera GX? That was actually the deal. It was written in the small print of the point redeem. So you have to sign up now. Okay? But we're going to waste no time. We have got our first series, which is going to be Anavaku versus Aaliy. Coming on the screens in just a sec. In fact, let me make sure... I did hit live on both places, right? Yeah, we're live everywhere. We're live, left, right, and center. All right, fantastic. So yeah, probably about 3 to 4 series cast a day, which isn't too bad. And why? Bruh. Like, I am losing my patience. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps moving. Every time. Every single time we start OBS again, it's moved. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is technically if I lock it, it can't move. We'll see. It'll probably move. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's time for Anavaku versus Aaliy in the KPMM. Number 23, in fact. Man, we are getting so deep into the format now, aren't we? A up against A. Aaliy, who usually knows the ins and outs of maps because he creates them. Anavaku, he just knows the crafty in and outs from a very creative angle for Civilization. So we're opening up with Chinese versus French. I like that this matchup is coming back in. And I like that Pro Scouts is getting nerfed to a point that it's not just boring and uninteractive. Because this matchup, when it turns into a long feudal and a back and forth, is one of my favorite matchups in AoE4. It's a micro battle. It turns into Mass Knights versus Mass Shoot Spears, with the archers dancing around with the French Knights. The alternative is you get an FC build, but even though you'll probably like to do that as Anavaku to avoid the might of the French, I don't think it puts you like miles ahead. Like for example, with Shushi, you at least get Dali horses, which makes you compete with enemy knights. For China, it's just raw economy, so a little bit different. So, what have we got in the opening here? We sometimes see people move out into deer. Aaviliy's already done that. He actually got a really, really good spawn for that. Yeah, smart to do it this early as well. When you rush into survival techniques, you're going to hoover through probably 3 of the deer by the time like you've teched up, and then you can shove the other deer in. So even if Anno then goes for Pro Scouts, a lot of the value would already be removed. I like this idea from Aaliy if it is about avoiding Pro Scouts and being aggressive. Can be a little bit risky against China, just a very hard sieve to all in. But if you are able to move across quick enough and block his deer from coming in, all of a sudden tech up options are off the table. I know, it's not like he has a million sheep to guard him against that type of concern. Looks like the map has not been fully explored yet, so there's probably about another, 7 or 8 sheep on offer. Both of them are going to be in the same area. You're eating chicken dum biryani. I forget exactly what that is. I remember just Boyani about those things. I don't know if I've ever had it. No. Like, believe it or not, chat, I spent most of my life being an extremely fussy eater. You know? Like, I would be the person... You know when you meet that person who won't eat the deer, or the boar, or the berries, or even the sheep? They would just immediately start building farms. Like, even as an RTS gamer when I was a kid, I hit that. Right? Like, I play Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. I'm not eating the nerf. I'm putting them straight into the farms. Or like with an AoE4 equivalent, it would be the situation of like, instead of touching these sheep, they just immediately start building farms. That was me. That actually literally was me in Age of Empires 1. I recall it well. Because, you know, why would I club this animal, this poor innocent animal, and then have it deteriorate on me if I could just have info food that is only going to go down when I eat it? Sounds like a good deal to me. Some people are cringing right now. I can't believe KP was that simple when he played AoE. Yeah, but guys, in my defense, I talk a lot about games like Red Alert 2 and Dawn of War. Those games have 2 resources. What did you really expect from me? Come on. Lower the expectations here, lol. Okay, so Final Sheeple is... Oh, come on. No. He does see it. Yeah, Final Sheeple is actually going to favor Aaliy. That is to be expected, though, because remember, he moved out to the deer. So realistically, Anatan done pretty well for himself, having 12 sheep compared to 15. But you do expect that with China, and they're just better vision. Usually, they do see sheep ahead of the enemy. I think most of us like that. When you got into AoE 4, you play Delhi because you don't want to get boars. Okay, this is like when you... I'm trying to resist the temptation to judge him right now. Because this is the equivalent of, like, you know, when you expose yourself in something that you think would make you a freak, and everyone accepts you. And then someone's like, and I drink coffee while using the urinal. No, you're a freak. Okay, that's not acceptable. You played Delhi because you didn't want to eat boar. So I am going to shame it a bit and ask the question, why not just ignore the boar no matter what civ you play? Like, well, when I start playing the game, I watched Lyric, and I saw, like, you know, he'd be defeated by the boar on its own. So I really wanted to, like, avenge him. But then I realized I don't want to eat them. Anyway, we do have a focus on knights. No pro scouts coming through, so Aaliy is going to make his way across the map, but Understand already has spears coming out. Feels like Aaliy actually needs to rush maybe into archers here to make work what he's aiming for here. Aren't boars easier to get here than in AoE 2? I guess in some ways, because obviously people can aggro the boar across map and whatnot, right? But the thing in AoE 4 is if you had a brand spanking new player do something that he thought was crazy giga smart, like, I don't know, put his town center on the boar and then aggro his starting town center, they could just die. Now, anyone who's been around AoE4 long enough knows that actually happened to a very popular Twitch streamer when the game came out. He literally placed his TC next to the boar with the Mongols and proceeded to lose all his starting villages. He couldn't play the game anymore. Yeah, you'd be surprised what a boar can do in AoE4. Alright, looks like knights right now are just trying to intercept the scouts. Archers are on the way. Interestingly enough, Anatan pushed towards Aaliy. I kind of like this. It creates the space for you to try and shove deer in. Unfortunately, they are sleeping right now. It's definitely just sleeping. And remember, Anatan himself hasn't gone pro scouts, but that is just around the corner. Taxation will be getting in there. Caught the B games live. Usually just watch the recordings. Poggers. What, you mean from yesterday? But wait, as in you were there, but you didn't say anything there? Or you just went and watched them, which would mean they weren't live? I'm confused. Yeah, we have B happening later today. But we're probably not going to be able to cover that one. I'm very sad about that today. And yeah, he would have been supervising pro scouts because you're always supervising the mill for the food drop-off, so you're already just inherently doing it. KPMM equal P games. Ah, there we go. That makes sense. The KPB. Wait, we got the KGB is Russian, so you need to find a way of like mixing those two. The KPG. The KG. Nah. I'll work on it. It's a word twister. Anyway, so far, Aaali's done a good job of just avoiding the Pro Scout conundrum. He's getting through the second deer stack. Unlikely there's going to be an interception before that. Anatan still has a lot of value on the map. 20 deer in total that he could drag home. Which worries me for Aaliy. He's being baited really wide here, actually, by this horseman rotation. Like, right now, it kind of feels like you want to find ways of maybe hitting into the base a little bit. KPGB? Maybe. KGMB. There you go. Then it kind of sounds like it's remembering both things. Aali's going 1-1-1. Now, that is interesting. I feel like spears slow you down. They don't accelerate you. It's very hard at this pacing to reach like an all-in timing before Anatan could just tech up. Especially with the fact that these horsemen keep forcing Aaliy home. I don't like this about the way it's being played. So maybe the idea is just keep the spearman at home so he's guarded against the raids and then send the army in. I do wonder if an outpost just would have been more efficient, though. Like, it's only 5 horsemen coming around this here. Actually, 4. Yeah, and easily still in the outpost. This is now the conundrum for Aaliy. He's built spears to react to this play, and then he's reacting to it again. You know, this is, like, just to be safe. You know, when you just, like, build a wall, you're like, I don't know if that wall's quite good enough. Build another one. Just in case. That's the feeling I'm getting about this. The problem is, Aaali's on the clock because I think he knows that Anatan is just trying to get out the age. So when you weaken your plan by, you know, spamming spears but not sending them straight in, makes it much harder to execute this timing attack. Horseman in the back. Did get mopped up, though, so it looks like Anatan slipped a little there. And as a result, Aaliy is pulling all spears to the forward side now. Oh, you mean you're coming to watch all the B matchups? Oh, now I get you. Astronomical Clock Tower might get Aaliy. It's only 8 knights. It's not all over or doom and gloom. Aaliy can just try to play map control and now try for a tech up himself. So there is like a recovery arc here. French is really good at scaling into that castle gradually. But it does feel like Anatan hasn't been ultimately punished. The deer are starting to come home. Does he know about it? No clear indication to him right now. I mean, if he clicks over here, he will see a lack of 5 deer. And that should make it dead obvious. Problem is, we do already have a Barbican to guard. Astronomical Clock Tower is going to get idled out. Aaliy? Really? Oh, no. That's double hand cannon slit. He's underneath the Barbican. This is really bad right now. Yeah, just target the spin, because then the horseman can reap. I can't believe he's trying to do this. He's trying to just deny it entirely, but, like, you have diminishing torch power here. There's only the knights left. No spears to join in. The villagers are going to have to go for the build-up. I think he knows it. Anatan? There's no way he lets this go. Yeah, he's waiting until the very end, and you see he's just sniping down knights. Now he turns to the archers, because the reality check is when he starts to build this up, the knights are going to have to dive in, the archers won't be able to snipe, and here you go, he goes out for the dive with the spears. That's the crazy part. He wasn't even idling villagers inside there, remember? He pulled them to the south side. Now he goes in for the finisher to get into castle. And Aaliy is quite frankly finished here. That is ridiculous. I can't believe he just tried that. The crazy part as well is there might have been a small hope if it wasn't for the Barbican just shooting him so often in that dive. Maybe if he came from the east side, even then though, it's a stretch, guys. Like, it's so hard to pull off what Aaliy attempted there. Unbelievable. I can't believe he even went for it. You know what? This is getting interesting because wasn't it B versus Aaliy last week? And Aaliy had this crazy all-in timing in the Roost Chinese game in that series. Like, it's not working for him, but I gotta say, I kind of respect the attempts. Maybe with some optimization, fine-tuning to the builders, I could see a world in which these type of plays pay off. What I do like is that Aaliy isn't just playing like an orderly style of Age of Empires 4, like me build 2 TC, or ooh, watch me just go for Castle Age Relic Rush. He's going full Monkey Man, and I kind of dig it, even if it hasn't reached its final form. You would have thought you could take down that landmark too. It's so hard. Because the reality check is if you take it down, it's all the resources gone. Because it didn't ever complete, right? So great. But it's the hand cannon slits. They double them up. A lot of damage being done. And also that spin threat. I mean, the problem you have to keep in mind here is like if the spears are joining in straight away from Aaliy, maybe he gets it close. But as soon as it's just knights, knights are insanely inefficient torch value. They are tanky, yes, but the torch value is akin to a spearman. It's the same. So you could have had 3 more torches for the same price as a knight. Oh, sorry, 2 more torches, so 3 in total. Now I know with his own Lancer raids coming in. We have Aaliy doubling down, by the way. He's going siege engineering. I can't help but feel this one's just a little over now, though. By little, I mean a lot. Lancer raid comes in, chips for worker kills. Forces the other times, that's giving me less rams to work with now. Aaliy doesn't even pull back all the villagers. Like, for some reason, 2 of them just kept working. Now they can work off their debt in the afterlife. Yeah, there's just nothing left of him. Yeah, and look at Anatan's reaction. He's already building into crossbows. It's a bit weird against archer spears, but he's expecting more knights. And even if it is only archer spear, if you get up to 20, 30 crossbows, it doesn't matter. They're good enough to hold with the TC. Still just murdering in the back. Oh, come on. He's just doing circles now. This just feels like bullying. One of the Lancers won't even go down. No. In fact, he could just pull back the injured and use the full HP one to kill the spears. I think instead he'll just keep rotating. No, okay, he does walk in. Oh, okay, come on. That is cocky. Granary's on the front side. In fairness, he doesn't really have many options because he built the monastery back here. This would have been ideal, I think. Out here, a little bit tricky as well. Rams do try to move in. Now, time will be checked for a second, but that's now 11 worker kills in total in this game. Palace Guard on the way. Yep, Anatan, he was just waiting to see what he was up against. We talked about the fact he's building crossbows for a knight counter that wasn't needed. Now that he sees that it's not needed, he gets to go for a unit that normally you wouldn't against French knights. Men at arms, much more cost efficient. I think that's just going to be the final detail that matters here, right? Like if it's maybe just crossbows, if he can get in quick enough, there's a semblance of a chance. It's still 98% against you. But now I just think he's looking for that one hit to convince him it's over. Villagers will at least be forced off the gold, but with 900 already gathered and taxation behind it, he's never running out. Also, the Rams just unguarded. Well, a bit of a miserable end to game 1 for Aaliy. I mean, props to him for that absurd dive attempt. Unfortunately, just felt a little bit deep. I know, he's going to just exchange out with the mass. All he needs is an even fight. If it's at least even, he's ahead, because Aaliy will have to reinvest again. The reality check is, with so few archers left, the crossbows are just going to be MVP. Some say I may say reality check too much. I say this. You need reality checks when you try to kill this. Let this be a lesson to all who die of the Chinese. Don't. Just when you see it's picked, baby rage quit and go to your next game. You'll thank me. Your elo won't thank me, but your sanity will. Like, but KP, what if I pick the Chinese? Also just rage quit the game. You'll also thank me for your sanity's sake. Aaliy, I think, is just processing the situation. When Anatan was at least in the base, he could believe there's a shot, but now that map control has been lost, it's just down. Yeah, the fact that your opponent is just squaring up with you like this with crossbows, it shows you how kind of grim it is. Like, when have you ever seen a French player at 17 minutes into a game in Feudal Age with 0 knights? This is not French anymore. This is insert generic Civ. It's not even worth it if you stop him. Okay, well, there's still hopes, folks. It's best to freeze after all. And apparently, game number 2 is going to be Holy Island. And it does come with a bit of a funky twist, because Aaliy is going off script. What do you guys think Aaliy would pick in Holy Island? Like, what's the craziest thing in your mind? Three volleys and the monkey didn't die? Yeah, but it's feudal archers. So, makes sense. Anyway. Okay. That is the get the hell out of my game if I've ever seen it. Mongols? I don't know, man. I think Mongols would make more sense than this. He just picked worse English. Aaliy is going to be going for House of Lancaster. Oh, wait. Did I not add the draft link? Sorry, let me do that now. There we go. So G1 for Anno. My Twitch view bugged out. Okay, we are good. Worst English on water indeed. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it just feels wasteful as well, right? Compared to just picking it on a land map. And Anatan, meanwhile, just does the logical thing. Japan time. Has Sushi and JD. I think he's going to do something wacky. He must be planning something wacky. One and all, we have drafting seppuku here. But not actually from the Japanese. No, it's Aaliy on the other side. He picked House of Lancaster, despite the fact he had a Shushi pick. You just heard that correctly. He had one of the best picks for Holy Island, and yet he punted it into the stratosphere and went a different way. We're cooking, surely. Like, there must be something Aaliy's got in mind. Why else would you pick House of Lancaster of all the civs you had on offer on a water hybrid map? Teach us, Aaliy. Educate us your ways, because what I'm seeing right now is a lack of a dock. No, he goes straight out onto the gold. So we've got a fast feudal build from Aaliy. This is Abbey of Kings, right? No. Is he going to try to out-eco water with Manus? Because if that works, we should cover Aaliy as our god. Because what he would have achieved, if he can prove that Manas are better than full fishing economy, he will get Manas nerf. This man will single-handedly save your pub games. But before that, he'll curse them when everyone starts doing this. And again, you're probably avoiding order maps in most of your pub games. Meanwhile, for Anatan, it is just going to be standard opening. He has gone for the dock drop, as we'd expect to see out the Japanese. This is weird. He really has caught me curious with this, though. And yeah, this discussion about like House of Lancaster versus English when you're in water. English is just better, multiple reasons. So, for one, the king is much more rapid on the raiding than the Lord of Lancaster. The other thing is like there's no extra perk you get as Lancaster compared to English that feels better necessarily. You've got to keep in mind like Lancaster has a lot of uses on land, whereas English feels really bad on land right now. So from a drafting impact, it feels less sacrificial as well to your draft compared to using Lancaster. And then there's later on the game. So Holy Island, the reason we love this map so much, doesn't often end the game in Feudal Age anymore, or just on water. people have gotten a lot better at land transitions, and you'd think Mana Spam would be good for that, but sometimes it struggles on the timing. Meanwhile, things like the King's Palace works out quite nicely in some of these builds. I also just think like longbows are better defensively when you're forced to pivot onto land compared to trying to suddenly get manas up. And on top of that, you have to remember those manas you're going to build. If you are playing water map on House of Lancaster, you're probably doing what Aaliy is doing. You're going Abbey of Kings, not Lancaster Castle. Which means when you do transition to manas after losing water, those manas will not protect you. Even if they did, they'd be protecting you at a point in the game where your opponent likely is going to be able to access fast castle into Lancers. Meaning the mana's not very good at protecting you at all. And yeah, there is now talk about an upgrade. Agreed. If you can survive 2 Imperial Age, House of Lancaster is literally the best water civ in the game. Full stop. There will be no argument against this. You will not win this argument because if you've looked at what the King's College offers, it has a unique tech inside it that gives 20% more damage, 20% more range, and 20% more health to your Age 4 boats. Nothing matches that. Nothing exceeds that. So in that regard, House of Lancaster is a big win with King's College. But the tricky thing is if you end up in a situation where you didn't win water and now you have to transition land, you're probably not going Castle Age with the King's College. You're likely doing it with White Tower, meaning you don't even have that comeback strat down the line. So yeah, in my eyes, this creates an environment where Aaliy, he either doesn't go water at all and he just somehow makes land work crazy, or he goes full water, wins, and then transitions. And if you wonder about that tech I'm talking about, it's called Ships the Crown. It is insane, actually, how good that tech is. And yes, Lancaster does have Admiralty just like the English. So you can get your carracks up to, I believe it's 12 tile range, which is more range than the Cauldron. All right. Aaliy, dude, I thought this was an effort to get Mana's nerf. It's not. He's trying to get the Lords of Lancaster buff. Oh, God. Oh, this is so unfortunate. So the problem is, what he's doing, in theory, really cool strat with Lords of Lancaster and Yeoman spam, because you make your Yeoman very tanky and you also give them a frontliner. In reality, though, you're doing it against fishing economy. This is only good if you can stop the fishing economy. So for what Aaliy has in mind, I imagine we're going to have to be looking at a very good timing into Blacksmith so that you could burn down the dock. Instead, it looks like he's just going to try to torch it. And Anatan, a little bit unfortunate. He's got the Shinobi. They just don't have a clear usage right now. They are terrible against Yeoman. I'm trying to think, like, this... Out of all the archers in the game, this might be the worst matchup for Shinobi. Yeah. You know what? Actually, Yuumi might have exceeded that now because they have so much bonus damage and they're much cheaper, so they blob quicker. Even faster. H3 archers as well is another one that comes to mind. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay, so we do have the vision drop. He's going to look to snipe at the villagers here, yeah, because you can see that at the moment Antan has a slight tree line to try and hide him. But if you get the angle right with the scout, if you walk in a little bit, you'll still be able to see them. And yeah, he's going 0 manas. Like, this is not a mana build. All you need to do is watch the minimap and see if he moves out to the stone, which he's totally not doing here. Nicely played by Anatan. So this is a really cool little wall, because now if your opponent rotates around the other side, there you go. You just have the passe gate and you go through. And meanwhile, Anatan already has the horseman coming. Aaliy is literally just playing classical English here. It's like their version of a council hall build. Okay, so Anna doesn't have gold to work with, but remember, he's got a lot of food now. Gold is going to be problematic because, like, technically you could have tried Shinobi Horseman to overwhelm. He could instead go for Yuumi, though. I don't mind Yuumi here just because of how quickly they can clear spears. And also, Yeoman, similar to Lombos, the issue in, like, a Yuumi Lombo off is usually if you don't stop the Yuumi from scaling, you end up disadvantaged because they gap close too quick and you keep overkilling them. you're like, okay, but that's good KP. We're killing them. It's like, yeah, but you're inefficiently trading because you're putting too many arrows into one target. So it's kind of similar for Yeoman in that regard. And that's important because you have to remember these Yeoman are actually even more expensive than longbows now. Look at that price. You're almost paying 100 resources for these. Compared to, on the other side, almost half the price. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's 55 resources. Sorry, 60 resources. God, you mentioned 55. 60 resources versus 95. Looks like Aaliy has rotated around that side. In theory, this is something you can do much easier with Lancaster than English because of how fast you move. Destroy Yeoman cost for cost if you have bannerman. Yep. And the thing is, like, you have to remember with that discount, the scale point shifted by quite a bit. So you're kind of getting about roughly 1.6 Yumi for every Yeoman. It blobs really, really well. And the bannerman is going to be problematic because remember, he's not gathering gold right now. So that detail shouldn't really come in unless he reclaims on the front side. We do, however, have rams getting added. And why are there so many campfires? Just in case he plans to pro scout, bro. Okay. But this is a good time for Aaliy, actually. It's kind of crazy. The food should matter a lot, but no gold. So what does Anatan do? He trades. He's actually got trade chips delivering some gold. That's going to be crucial here. Wow. That is sick. That is actually so smart by Anno to have the foresight to actually prep and trade this early on. He did have to use the marketplace to actually get to the value point, but it has started getting towards Steel Darrow. The only problem is it's not going to solve the Daimyo issue, so you won't have access to Bannerman. Unless you want to scale a lot of gold and then buy stone, but that is not cheap. This might work if Anno has front wood. Quite possibly. It's about the same rotation time, like maybe about 3-4 seconds. And your reinforcements are quicker. I see where you're coming from. I wonder if there's a world in which you could actually just wall if you have the 4 tree line. Shinobi, though. Whoa. What? Anno, he doesn't care. He just goes in for the trade. So 1 Shinobi for 1 villager. That's not the worst rates, especially considering that you've moved beyond Shinobi. He didn't want them anymore anyway, right? Because he's got Yumi to answer spears and Horseman for Yeoman. So that was just worth. And that's a huge eco lead now. 43 to 30. Rams are going to start knocking, though. Problematic because look what happens. This is the build that I keep trying to warn people about. If you get 4 Lords of Lancaster with Rams, you increase the HP on these things by 80. Think about how annoyingly hard Rams are to kill early on if you just don't have an ideal comp. And that's the problem as well. Like, Yeoman makes it harder to get the ideal comp, i.e. melee units. Yeah, really effective little strategy here. Does mean we also have a huge HP difference between these two sides. It's 85 HP per Yeoman, 65 per Yumi. Is that Antan? Was on the way to set up fishing on the other side. Instead, Aaliy is actually going to be setting up a dock in the center. So wait, is he fishing now? Well, he can rotate upriver now and just take out the docks, which is huge. Yeah, I think at this point, like, if you just deny your opponent's food income, I mean, you can't keep lobbing horsemen, right? Not with only land eco. He only has 4 sheep, really? Worse than I expected. Things might be about to get worse for Aaliy. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That is a monstrous wave of horsemen. And Lancaster villagers cannot protect themselves against ponies. No, they've got a profound fear of them. They decide to take out a bow instead of taking out a shiv. So sick hit there. An even bigger lead. Anatan now ahead by almost 20 eco. Rams are quickly moving across to address that concern, though. However, we've seen this before. He's doing it again. Anatan with the transport ship play. He can't keep getting away with this. Okay, so there goes the entire plan belly up. Was it Corvinus versus Anatan? I'm trying to remember. We had a game we cast last week where I'm pretty sure it's Anatan that done this to his opponent. against an all-in rush type strat. So all of a sudden, this land aggro that was meant to eventually deal with the fishing, it doesn't matter. You need to get on the water yourself. Because Anatan has set up the docks in the corner. Oh, and this is good for multiple reasons. It guarantees the trade never has a buggy path along the coast. He just stays all the way away from you now. Obviously, no diagonal, so slightly less value on the traders, but the fact they're no longer exposed, you're going to be happy with that. Honestly, this dock doesn't even look like it's on water. You ever look at docks like this and think, is a boat just going to spawn and be stuck there? Like, just marooned? Another worker kill. Credit to him, you know, it's not like Aaliy didn't get any worker kills at all. It's just the fishing really is making a world of difference here. 8 plus the trade boat. 33 villagers versus 41. It's ridiculous. And it gets more ridiculous. Oh my god! The panic there. Aaliy seeks shelter, but so many of them have nowhere to hide. And that is the truest form of desperation. Short bows out against Horseman of Undermesh. Alright, this looks over. I just don't... Guys, like, there is no civ in the game that from this position can feel like they're still in this, right? Like, you'd need to have a civ that could just build some sort of structure that gave them raw economy every minute. And, like, you know, Age of Empires 4 definitely doesn't have that. Yeah, I also just don't think Aaliy has the time to do that. The stone's not going to be touched. Yumi are starting to poke as well. You could get Bannerman as well from Anatans. He has double the count of archers, and that buff will just put him over the edge. Aaliy needs cows and ranchers? True, he should have picked Marlians. Why pick lame civ like Lancaster? I mean, what passive eco do they have? XD. Staying this long in field and not getting manners is a problem. He can't get manners now is the problem. He keeps getting dove by horsemen. What do you think really happens if you go manners? I think so many people have PTSD from the mana spam under Lancaster Castle. It's quite often easy to forget that they only get those arrow fires if you have Lancaster Castle. That is not a castle. That is a tomb. And we've got demos coming in. Connects with the villager there as well. So notice what he's trying to do there. Anatan wants to start the fight off by sniping the Lords of Lancaster. It removes substantial HP from the entire roster as you go. He's going to get gap closed, so the spearmen have to be addressed now, but great micro. Anno just able to keep the distance here. And will aware them. But the funniest part is the entire army is engaged here. He's looking to raid again. Anatan, those horsemen are hungry. The Yumi are getting mopped up here. It's actually a good fight for Aaliy. Like, don't discredit that. But the problem now is, like, what do you do afterwards? Because he still hasn't resolved the food issue. The difference is going to be huge here. Like, at the moment, it looks small, but I think that's because Anatan maybe was idling out a little bit with the fishing. Yeah, he was putting an investment into Navy to get rid of the dock. Aaliy has an insane amount of wood, by the way. Yeah, like the only problem with Anno's economy is it doesn't look like it's been working properly. Like, this type of eco lead, he should have a lot more income. Once he recalibrates that, it's going to be a flow. In fact, he's already getting ready for that. Is that going to be... Is that Feudal Samurai? Nani? Against Yeoman? Oh, I guess you don't have to reach the Yeoman, you just have to reach the other bowmen, the villagers. Yumi clearly underpowered, guys. We need another Yumi buff. Clearly, the last one wasn't enough. I mean, just look at this. OP-ness. 2 Yeomen and like 12 Yumi. Unbelievable unit. And yeah, Anatan is definitely top 8. Prove that by making playoffs of EGC's Elite Classic 4. And he is indeed doing the Samurai. With Katana Bannerman as well. Yeah, because you don't really want to be doing Bugeisha. The problem here is, like, Samurai technically shouldn't be able to reach their target. But I think it's more about the fact he can start trading Yumi into Yeoman while the Samurai win the melee mosh pit. Speaking of the melee mosh pit, the Yeoman actually step in range of it. Yeah, they just die for the trade. They don't even need to be this close to Yumi. Most spearmen are now gone. But the Samurai flood is real. Like, look at this queue. We talked about him recalibrating his economy. He just done it. He rushed the berries. He's spamming more axes. All of a sudden, it's 1.4k food income a minute. And the Samurai to boot. Does need to slow down because it's turning into a little bit of a trickle. Which is what Yeoman can win. Alright, is anyone being convinced finally by Lords of Lancaster? Because even though we're looking at this going, well, this should be a win fan of time, right? Like, look at the economy, etc., etc. Despite all that, the Lords of Lancaster have actually looked pretty good in this atrocious situation with Aaliy. Like, the Horseman raid really is what killed Aaliy. It's crazy to think how different the game maybe could look if he didn't get hit on the backline so simply. Like, let's say he had a wall up. Let's say the Horseman had to fixate on defending instead. Yeah, now Samurai going to be charging across the map. He survived the Horseman because spears can counter, but like technically, I don't want to say there's no counter to this, but it's very hard due to the 4 ranged armor. Yeah, at this point he's just tickling. 2 damage going through on 120 HP units. Only 60 shots required to kill. The problem is, like, if this was just normal land economy, maybe. If you had the same economy, maybe. In that situation, feudal samurai suck. But we're talking full fish, and eventually Castle has to come into Anatan's mind here. Like, he right now has full map control. He's equaling the yeoman count of samurai. If he ever just gets a tech up with a Yorishiro drop into veterancy, that's it. It's literally the only thing missing. This is the thing I think kind of blows people's minds and is very polarizing for people who don't play Water. You know, this type of economical push while on feudal, not really feasible if you're not playing Water, if you think about it. Not normally, anyway. So I think for that reason, it can seem very discombobulated from what you see in your pub games. But so far, all I'm seeing here is Aaliy's head discombobulated from his body. It's going to be the way of the Bushido to close this one out in a clean 2-0. Lancaster on Water. How do you play it? Don't play Water. Who would have thought it was that simple? To lose. Oh, poor Aaliy. Yeah, commiseration to him. That means he is eliminated from KPMM 23. But we have got another set. So, precursor to the one that shall follow, we're going to be looking in on Myriad versus Anavaku. So give me a sec, and we'll update the deets. Myriad on the left side. So, winner of this goes up against Louis MT. We should have Louis MT's series live in about an hour-ish. So hopefully we'll better get through this. If we need to, we'll speed it up a little bit. But draft-wise, what maps did we get? Relic River. Okay, so Relic River, Dry Arabia, Sunken Lands. I guess Relic River for Knights Templar is what Anavaku's thinking. Wait, he isn't? Did I just glimpse that correctly? Is this a Knights Templar pick on Sunken Lands? What's the next match after this? The next match is winner of this up against Louis MT. Nice, curious. Oh, that reminds me. I need to find some time tonight to bump some players. So I'm sorting out the players for the show match on Friday. And so far, we have a thumbs up for Lucifron. So Lucifron's going to be involved in Hims Cup number 2. I'm just figuring out who his opponent's going to be. We could do kind of like a winner stays on type thing, maybe? Where we just bring Louis back again? Or we try to mix it up with 2 fresh faces. Not sure yet. Your G1? Oh no. I can offer you $5 for 69 games. Say yes. One and all, for the first time ever, we are going to be introduced to Knights Templar on Sunken Lands. Yeah, I've not seen this so far. And oh my... What is... Do I need to clean my glasses, or are they weirdly close to each other? Why is Myriad's TC that far forward? What? Oh my god. And look what it's done to the sacred sites. Oh, this is terrible for Knights Templar. There's like no gold to be gained. Are you kidding? Which biome is this? This is European temperate. I don't understand. Someone clip it and ship it to the devs. This is weird. I don't know why it spawned like this. Yeah, so you can see like where the stealth forest is in the center, right? That's very reasonable. Center of the map, yeah, nice little blob there, so you know X marks the spot. But then, what? Meanwhile, Anavaku's TC. And this has griefed him because the sacred site calculation generates based on the TC locations. So Anavaku, even if he can secure pilgrimages, he's going to get like nothing. Oh, this is so bad. And they didn't remake? Yeah, reminded the players, when you get these type of spawns, if it's before 3 minutes, you can remake. You can call for a remake. Now, for Anavaku, it's a bit tricky. He needs to see where Myriad is. But he's about to. He's literally about to scout it. And at no point is he going to be like, oh, yeah, that's a little bit close. Poor guy. Oh, man. Now, that makes this quite the predicament. Let me flip the names around because on the other sides. This is a little bit of a predicament here. You know, Shushi being closer to their opponent, I wouldn't call a bad thing. Because the thing you have to remember is Chugan rushes are pretty damn good on short maps. This is like less than cliffside distance. This could be a phenomenal Chugan rush for him. Oh my god, and he's doing Knight's Hospitality. Alright, Anavaku's cooking, I respect this. So Anavaku, for those who don't know, a decent ranking player, usually like around rank 200 or in the top 200. Capable player. We've seen him take top games from top players. So most notable one to the day for me was when he was able to beat Dumu in a Order of the Dragon mirror. So yeah, lads from Ukraine, very capable, and has been grinding out the KP members, has not been able to have a deep run, and this is not a well-boding start to week 23. Medigarden going to be a safe one for Myriad, but it doesn't need to be dangerous. Got the gold stone and the berries all in one. Wait, you got double gold? Okay, in fairness, on this map, you can usually get, like, a decent chance of that happening, but with the stone and the berries as well in range, that is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? That's over 100 resources, and the Meditation Garden is literally 1 tile away from his TC. And the Pilgrims? Yeah, 91 gold. And remember, when you play into Knights Hospitalier, the plan is you kind of want to lean into these Pilgrims and the fact they should be quite survivable, so they should be able to go further, more durable. Now, Anavaku hasn't added in Iraq, so is this FC? Surely not. I'm not sure that's even viable. Does your income inflate quick enough? No, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay, so it's going to be stables. Wait, he's going pro scouts. Knights Templar Pro Scouts was not on the bingo card today. Especially against one of the best pro scouting civs in the game. I'm confused. He has 18 sheep. What is the necessity for... Okay, maybe it's just like he's gathering the gold now to be safe. Because he hasn't dropped a mill. But like this looked very much like Pro Scouts macro. It is FC. Yes? No? Maybe? Because he did actually queue up a scout for a second there. Okay, so he's going to be doing nothing for the start of this game while his opponent gets into Pro Scouts. I think, Myriad, this is a bit problematic for him. Because against FC, I feel like the play here is you just chew and go. Maybe you would have been a bit paranoid about that, because one thing you have to keep in mind is Knights Templar don't have to build a landmark somewhere riskily. They literally just use the town center. And they also would get up in 45 seconds. So theoretically, you try to dive them, a few men-at-arms come out, and you're dead. And I think that would be the way to go here, right? Just play into Hospitalier instead of Knights. Because my views on Templar Brothers is they are theoretically a very, very powerful unit with a lot of scalability to them. The problem is actually scaling them. They take so long to produce. Especially when you don't go for the French Commandery. French Commandery makes it 32 seconds. Otherwise, it's 38 seconds wait per night. Now, good news for Anavaku is Myriad has laughed at how small the amount of gold is that you get. And he hasn't really done much to stop it. Wait, why did Anavaku switch to this one? Because I'm pretty sure the left side Sacred Site was 92 gold. Stone now from Anno. Yeah, I think you might be a bit paranoid that there's going to be poke at this back gold. There's still more. How are there more sheep? How? Myriad, what are we doing? I think he's realized now what's happening. And, you know, in Myriad's defense, this is very confusing. You don't really see Knights Templar rushing castle much. They're very committed feudal civ in most matchups at the moment. So yeah, like he's completely caught off guard by this. He had, what was it, 900 wood? No idea what to do with it. So it's going to be the Rax drop instead because he's anticipating the Knights. Because that's the thing, like he probably saw the stables and was like, okay, yeah, like, you know. Maybe he saw the banner as well and then definitely thought, oh yeah, this must be Pro Scouts like we did. Because that would have made sense. There's no way it would have been feudal aggro when you go this commandery, when you go for the Hospitalier. Because the stables doesn't do anything for you. So instead, Myriad is going to start prepping the defense. What a weird game. He's not too far behind on his own deck. And he can just start rushing crossbows as Shushi. I do wonder if Anavaku had a Rax timing. Maybe you can justify not going Rax if it was a full map length spawn, but they've spawned abnormally close. You know, fingertips just touching type moment. Challenge Monster is going to be on the way. Also, what? I just looked at the relics. Oh my god. Yeah, because the players are smushed closer together, the relics are also now smushed closer. Oh my god. So many of them are on Anavaku's side. Or is it Myriad's side? I'm not sure anymore. I mean, they're so close together. No, you'll have to wait for the Louis MT series to gamble. Alright, tech up complete. Myriad, he is going to react with Lancers. Now that's interesting. I thought he'd just go crossbows and play defensive, but then again, why? Why would you let your opponent Pilgrim? Why would you stop yourself getting relics? Especially considering that you can produce Knights much quicker than KT can. And although the Knights Templar Knights have more health, you can very rapidly just get more attack speed. But KT's Knights are going to arrive just in time to start shutting down some of the Pro Scouts. And we have got a safe passage on the way into Sanctuary, so he's going to have additional Pilgrims. And it is going to be the Hospitalier. Love this. So remember, the Hospitalier, when you have them in the Feudal Age, they're a little bit flimsy. They're weak against range, which is why I was a bit weirded out by Hospitalier. That's why it had to be Fast Castle, because Chu annihilate these guys. But when you upgrade them into Castle, their armor gets very good, their health gets ridiculous. They're already at 140 HP as a Feudal unit. And the other thing to keep in mind is this does give you a way of healing your knights in the fight. And if they're topped off, using these guys for extra damage. My only issue with this comp, as creative in some ways as it is for Anavaku, its weakness is literally they all get countered by crossbows. He's trying to get cute with the healing, unfortunately. That Lancer's not going to leave him alone. I do wonder what the internal monologue for Myriad's brain is in this game right now. The spawn was already weird enough, and then the rest of this. And it's a commitment. And the monks as well. So you pick up the relics, and then the monks also in the fight. Remember, when you choose Hospitalier, it increases the healing of all healing sources by 30%. So it's a very efficient way of actually just trying to stand your ground and fight. To make matters worse for Myriad by comparison, he went for Shaolin monks. Shaolin monks are selfish. They're that person who swears they'll leave you that last piece of chocolate, and then when you come back, it's just a wrapper. I'm like, well, technically there's crumbs still in there. Because Shaolin monks heal only themselves. And the interesting thing is he's not upgrading the Hospitalier, by the way. And this is because the healing isn't impacted, right? Like, it's not going to change. It's as good as it's going to be. So there's, in theory, no rush. One thing you can do, by the way, is this. Herbal medicine down the line. It does affect the Hospitalier healing rates. At least I've been told. I haven't had a chance to confirm myself, but I was told that is the case. Which is weird, because herbal medicine literally says that it requires the religious units tag. So, loose shrug. Diving Lancers will be able to get some worker kills here. Same the other way, though. So, Anavaku currently trading blow for blow. In fact, these guys are going to be able to hang around a lot longer. Hello, Myriad. He does block him with the scout. The Seek Shelter not helping out enough. There's going to be a Warlord to try and reset things here. Anavaku needs to leave. The eco lead Myriad had is starting to disappear here. And Anavaku is also winning the relic race. You had the chocolate bar thing? I had the chocolate bar thing and my partner isn't even here. She's on holiday with our daughter, and I checked the fridge, and there was this Hershey's Oreo chocolate bar, and half of it was gone. I was like, what? I hadn't been eating that because that was meant to be for our daughter. There's no way that my daughter ate that. I say for shame. So Myriad is just subscribing to Only Nights. Sushi really have lost their diversity at the moment. Practically every sushi game is this. I don't know if we needed to give them Dali horses after all. They already seemed quite obliged to this. Well, I did always say that Sushi was a cavalry civ. Usually I was referring to the Imperial Age, but here we are. A bit of a melee mosh pit. So for Anavaku, you really want to be able to just peel away these injured knights each time. The continuous chase doesn't feel good here, and that's why. Yeah, the health bars just aren't full. I wonder, at this stage, like, because the armor and the fact they're only feudal, surely just using the Hospitalier on stand ground is better than fighting with them. Hard to fight there. And he also did go for the veterancy. It's just heavily delayed. I don't know, man. I think Anavaku was cooking for a moment, and now the sausages are burnt. This just ain't great. Gold gen is going to be 90 gold, by the way. Remember, he went for Genoa to increase it. I think Genoa is a little bit of a bait here. I'm going to say something controversial. this actually might have been the Kingdom of Castile game. And I'm not memeing. Because he went full heal. Remember, Kingdom of Castile gives you the ability to buff your damage, but also heal near sacred sites. Well, funny thing is that the Knights Hospitalier 30% increased healing affects all healing sources. So it affects that healing on sacred site as well. So you go up to 1.3 healing in a second instead of 1. You get the damage buff. You bring your healers out there. It's a pretty strong strat. It's never really good enough compared to maximizing the gold gen, but when you just don't have maximum gold gen anyway, why are we bothering with Genoa? It's a percentile scaler, so if the number's worse to begin with, the gains are worse. This is just an outnumber. Aaliy Horses is just too strong here. Yeah, Anavaku was cooking a cute idea. He just never reached the point. The Mass Knights Templar healing strategy. I mean, this might make it to YouTube, even though it failed, just because I want to see people inspired. There's definitely something there. It's hard to execute builds. And there's definitely some things that played against Anavaku in this spawn and also this matchup to make it work. Yeah, he just keeps thinking he can fight because he looks to see the health bars are low. He's like, well, finally it's my time. I don't think it's ever going to be his time here. Has been forced into spears now. So Myriad has already got the archery ranges ready to start pumping Chuke and crossbows alike. And Fu's looking bad. You wouldn't believe this guy had, what was it, 20 sheep at the start? He's adding in farms. Meanwhile, Myriad with pro scouts. Anyway. I don't know how this worked out this way. Anavaku's start to the age looks so good with double relic. He never got more. So it ends up being a 3-2 split for Myriad. Ranged armor 2 coming in from Myriad because he intends to keep on diving. Oy, oy, oy. At this point, Anavaku's just going through the motions. He's probably having all those moments we all do against Pro Scout and Shushi where we're like, okay, I mean, he can't keep affording lances. He's going to run out of resources at some point, right? Right? Even the monks. Oh my god. Monk almost claims 3 villages. That is a Monka TOS right there. Well, Anavaku still has an opportunity to recover here, folks. It is a best of 3. But this is a decisive swoop in G1. Shout out to the creativity from the Knights Templar pick. What do you think, guys? Is there something to it? Are you going to be trying Hospitalier? Or is that French commander you're just too good? I respect the attempt, you know? Don't know if that really counts so much versus actually just winning, but I tip my hat to the try of something different. Poor guy. Wish he utilizes healing better. It's so difficult. Like, legitimately, it's so difficult. Because also, I wouldn't be surprised if Anavaku is using Select All Army a lot. And the problem with that is that you're using those guys as healer boys, but they get categorized as army. So when you use Select All Army A-click, you're going to be A-clicking with the Hospitalier. Honestly, one big change I wish we had, because I couldn't find it in the settings. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Something I think, and I'm going to reference Stormgate here, and people might cringe. Something I think Stormgate got really right was the idea that you could automatically add new units of a type to a control group. I really like that feature. When games have that feature, I'm a big fan. Where like there's a way to essentially have, you know, if you've already control grouped all your men at arms to be control group 2, any new men at arms go to control group 2. I think that's an example of something that would actually make using Hospitalier infinitely less complex. And like then we get into the argument, and some people are going to be against this because like I think it should be hard to do these things. It's extra skill expression or whatever. I don't think it's like good skill expression, if you know what I mean. It's good in that it's impactful, but it's it doesn't feel. I think I had this discussion around the argument around, like, you know, why some games use auto queue for villages. And it's because I think when you want to make a good game, your challenge is to make people work for the rewards, but also be careful about the choreful elements of that work. So an example of this is, like, you know, games like Minecraft and gathering all the resources. That works because the discovery elements and also because the sandbox. But, like, in competitive environments, I don't think taking a choreful direction with your mechanics works as well, if that makes sense. Japanese archers throw rocks instead. Hey, those are rocks can do damage. I will not have Yumi slander in my chat. You guys already have learned. They're good. And I stand by it. I just realized I need to flip them again. Oh, one sec. I needed to do that. All right, let's go. One and all, we've got a fun one here. Relic River with Japanese versus Byzantines. This is a rare sight. Biz on this map feels odd. But you know what the crazy thing is? This guy right here has already made the oddness work. That's right. This was the winning blow in the series between Anavaku and Myriad in the round of 32. Byzantines got him over the edge. And in that game, he was up against Mongols. An aggressive... Actually, no. He was against Knights Templar. But they played it like Mongols because they rushed him. Which is appropriate because we are seeing a Dark Age rush from the Japanese here. Nippon on their way to say hello. The Constantinople boys. Spawn could be good for an outpost rush here as well, considering the berries on the north front side might even then fall back to kind of guard this area of the deer plus berries. Like, there's a risk that Anavaku doesn't have much food here. And I'm not sure if he's really anticipating this. Okay, he did run the scout down the center, so good read. Dark Age rushes are really popular with Japan right now, but on this particular map, there is just as likely of an outcome of the other game being Japan goes and docks here. I love that comment on game one. Cool build. Getting close to Company Heroes base healing. Just need a retreat button now. You know what the weird thing about the retreat button from Company Heroes is? I liked it in Company Heroes 1, but plenty of the other games, I'm like, come on, man. Like, this feature. I think Company Heroes 3 actually has a good balance around it, not just being a roll the eyes. But I think the worst game, the absolute worst game for retreat in all of Relic's efforts was Dawn of War 2. Dawn of War 2 bored me because of that mechanic. Because it treated its units more RPG than any of the others. And it just made anything and everything unkillable. So, the unkillable outpost might be on the way. Myriad, he is going to do it in range of him, actually. Anavaku, yeah, seeing more than I think Myriad was expecting here. Is that because of the TC on the high ground? I think so, right? That it gets a little bit of extra vision. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to try to contest it. Can't really with this system placement. It's quite far away. He could Akratoy, but then he'd be running for most of the buff. In fact, what? No, he already used it. Oh my god, Myriad. He forced the commitments to Akratoy on the gold. Which is why this outpost is now going to work. That is disgusting for Myriad. What a detail. Not sure if that was entirely intentional, but when you're given a gift, don't look it in the mouth. And now we will see him going out for the docks, and Myriad looking for that extra greed, because at this stage, your opponent's not going to be rushing out of the base with a feudal advantage. He's stuck inside. With a landmark he can't even use. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough. Myriad, if you want, he could just go Tawara and accelerate a food timing here anyway, but obviously he wants to be on the wood, because now he needs to get those fishing boats. That is the trade-off of doing racks into dock like this, is there's a lot of wood demand early on, which kind of inherently slows down your dark to feudal timing. And didn't press that. So, what have we got in terms of count here? Sheep's not that great either. Anavaku only with 10. Myriad, I wonder, does he just wait on the fishing boats now? He had a big gap there moving out. There we go. They're finally being queued up. I was about to say, yeah, you probably want to pull some people back and just start prepping for the tech. You can gradually scale the fishing boats, but they shouldn't be like, oh, yeah, let's rush 5 fishing boats and chill in Dark Age. Normally on this river, you build, I'd say 3 to 5 fishing boats is the average. More just feels a little bit overkill, less makes the dock timing not really feel worth it. Limitane reactions coming in. The problem with this, guys, is Limitane aren't going to be great at burning down the outpost until you bulk up to probably about 5 or 6. Especially with the spears just camping inside. The good news is there will not be arrow slits, so that's less DPS. That's 33% less damage coming out. Actually, more than that. Remember, the garrison shots are 6, but the arrow slits is 8. It's more like 40% less damage. You say 1 boat per fish? Eh. Very greedy. Japanese can maybe get away with a slightly high count because the boats are cheaper. But remember, they did get nerfed a while back. They used to be even cheaper than this. It used to be, I think, 45 wood instead of 75. Now they're 56. Kura's taken over. Funnily enough, you'd think that actually Coca would be pretty good here because your opponent has Limitane. The problem is always the racks. Remember, guys, if you see someone do a Dark Age rush with the Japanese, rip Shinobi, you're just not going to see them. It's an issue of timing, but it's also an issue of you're just building 2 structures which get countered by the same unit type. Yes, I think maybe a more relatable one for people that's just is obvious nowadays is Abbasids. Like you wouldn't usually build a military wing just to then go for a rack. Very, very rarely, maybe. But like the logic there is, you know, when you think about aggro of Abbasids, you always do the horseman because you've created a different unit arc that needs to be counted in a different way. You're like, but I play my game in build council hall and then 2 more archery ranges, longbow power. Okay, chill. Like, maybe in a gold game or something where they just like let you build that many longbows, but you know, there are those games, I'll admit they exist, where someone sees mass longbows is like, but I'm just going to challenge you with mass archers. But in the high level, counterplay and transition is king. What does Anavaku want to do once he has the berries here? Against Japan? Normally, you know, longbows can work quite nicely. Jabs is better just because you have camels to deal with the Mountain Samurai. And you're going to need the Mountain Samurai because Myriad is just rushing the age. This feels so bad for Anavaku. He ended up moving out onto the forward resources instead. He did at least lame the deer in the berries, so there's extra food close by. And the timing is at least good. I think Anavaku played this right. Gradually build up to deal with the outpost, and that'll also give you something to defend with against Mountain Samurai. In the meantime, take the risky resources because Myriad's being greedy. If Myriad had attacked him instead of going for a castle, the game's outlook here is very grim. Because this frontal resource just wouldn't be accessible. You remember, while Anavaku has got 9 sheep, he wouldn't have mercs, he wouldn't have enough resource to do a tech up, he'd just be stuck. It looks like we did have the burn down, so outpost is going to get destroyed. Spears pushed away. So he can now move on to the Grand Winery. Anavaku should be looking to mirror the tech. Yeah. Villagers rushing for the gold. He knows what's coming. Seem to miss the beginning of the stream, even with notifications on. So the time we start is a little bit variant. I'd say you're usually looking at a range between midday UK time and 2 p.m. UK time. We look to go live. We were a little bit delayed today because I looked at the schedule and we literally have multiple quarterfinals happening in the evening. We just had no games to cast. And I was being bombarded by my influencers, so I thought I'd take that opportunity to clear things up. And it's a tough day because today I've got to look after Ezra. So it's a bit weird. But yeah, like back to like the question you asked. I'd say almost every day we're going live between midday and 2 p.m. UK time. There might be an exception on Thursdays if we only have finals on the day and it's late, but we post on Reddit about that. The biggest advice I can give people is make sure you join the Discord. We always talk about there. Talking about the fights though, Spin and Dive's coming in. He does try to catch him. The tech up is about to complete though. Anavaku. The timing seems good on Limitane, but obviously no backup from Lombos, so no raid onto villagers. And Limitane, are they not shield walling? I think they are. It just doesn't really feel like it. They're just melting. Yeah, because he doesn't have undermesh. Oh, that's a huge deal. The way the calculations are done, he'd actually be mitigating a lot more damage. Villagers are just going to go back to work here. And it is going to be a samurai coming out. Just from the Dark Age into the feudal. Is Myriad... Wait, is Myriad flooding samurai now? Instead of just going mounted samurai here, he goes foot samurai. That's a bit peculiar. Yeah, he even Yorishiro dropped it. I wondered why he got the upgrade so quick. Okay, I'm a bit weirded out by this. Even if it's just for a few mounted samurai, surely it's worth it, the timing. Instead, Myriad is going to just ego chow a big fight. That's crazy. Or if Myriad just mash Shinobi? Oh, rake the samurai. I mean, he's doing it now after he techs up, which is better. Because if you try to mass feudal samurai, the problem is Lombos destroy them. You can't reach the Lombos because they'll hide underneath the TC. They'll just gun you down. So I like that he went for the age up. This worries me a little bit for Anavaku. It's going to be a rush into Varangian. Now, Samurai can win that fight, by the way. You have to get Adachi tech, but once you have it, it's a wash. It's already pretty grim for Varangian because although they have more melee armor by +1, they have 15 less health, and the first strike in the fight, one gets hit, the other doesn't. So like the extra +1 damage, like 2 damage differential that's meant to eke out to make up for the less 15 health, doesn't, because in the initial attack, you're already going to be 12 health down and have missed out on your strike. To make matters worse, you have to remember that Japan has a tech for samurai called Adachi, which gives an extra 4 damage when attacking any type of infantry, of which Anavaku's entire army currently is infantry. Myriad is now going for the mountain samurai, so he does do it. Okay, like I'm starting to get on board with this a little bit. It could have actually backfired really easily, and the way it could have backfired is that Anavaku could have started queuing up crossbows. But I guess in Myriad's mind, that's very unlikely, because your opponent's going to want to have a front line to go with those longbows. There is a relic race going on right now, and it is one that Anavaku is winning, by the way. This is good, by the way, Fano. If he can just avoid a fight and scale this up to 30, 35 lombos, that's when you start to reach that power spike. The power stack that can clear most things. Especially these very slow samurai. Oops. He's like, wait a second. Jerome, you said we were going now. Wow, stupid newbie actually thought we were going to charge. Is it Varangian? Yes. Were you pronouncing it Varangian? Varangian. Now I'm wondering. Wait, did I used to say... So I remember people like praising me for being the only person to say it right. And I'm trying to remember if I said Varangian or Varangian. Now I'm not sure. You've got me inside my own head. This is like the other day when we talked about Chevalier. And I was already saying it properly, and then I start saying it wrong. Are we going to get one of those, like, auto-pronouncers to do it for us?
Varangian.
Varangian. Yeah, I was right.
Varangian. Varangian.
Booyah. Yeah, you should be proud of confusing the English person. Oh my god! Beat him! Beat him! And at least we all survived. Right, John? John? Okay, it's just John there. Mary! Jane, you're both alive. Oh no, they died too. But I don't get it. We had spears. And now the dive in. Samurai are waiting. There is no Odachi still, by the way. Starting to think that might be an oversight for Myriad. There's definitely enough Samurai to justify the tech. He's a little bit pricey at 350, but definitely worth it for the exchanges. Just likes to be enough to force Anavaku away nonetheless. That raid on the backside, though. Ouch. Has now got some Ranjin just camping the area. System level is at 5, so Anavaku can afford some losses here. And yeah, also, like, you shouldn't be proud of confusing English person about English. Do you guys think that English people speak good English? Bruh. That's not how languages work. Everyone butchers their primary language. Ooh, Lombos. Didn't quick get the Yumi kill. I mean, eh. There's only a few Yumi here, right? The bigger problem is the more than few samurai. Uh-oh. Guys, look! It's like your kiddie fantasy. Samurais versus Vikings. Whoa! And time to read more anime, suckers, because the bearded boys ain't winning. He even berserks. Now, is Myriad actually microing this right? Okay, at this point, it doesn't matter. He berserked everything. Like, wait, what? That was kind of nuts, actually. I know you've got to be kidding me. He loses everything. He loses everything and then goes Adachi. There's no freaking way. All right, Lombo's definitely swung that in the end. And that's why. Yeah, I was about to say, he must have range too. So just less than half of the damage going through onto those samurai really actually helped make the difference there. That was impressive. It looked at the beginning like Varangian was just going to get wiped. The moment they activate Berserk, the fight should get worse for them, not better. But Angry Viking, he wins out here. I think the interesting thing is Anavaku, he started off by not berserking everything, and that made the difference. Because Myriad wasn't microing to target the Angry Vikings. And then all of a sudden, Anavaku gets angrier, full red rages it, and just presses the button for all. Turns out this is the win button. That is crazy. And yes, he has got 2 relics at home. Myriad just hasn't garrisoned yet. So it's going to be a 3-2 split in favor of Anavaku. And a move towards the gold now. A little bit of an opening here because Myriad is now forced to go into Yumi. Not ideal. Oh, wait. He actually caught him. Nicely played. The Mount Samurai on the north side, so that relic hasn't got home. We do have the Olive Grove expanding. I gotta say, things are looking good in that regard for Anavaku. Less than 10 villages behind at this stage, he's ahead. The raw economy value, remember, he's got the system buff for 26%, so he's got himself a pretty healthy about extra 12 villages here in terms of efficiency. For Myriad, we don't have extensive farms yet, so food could still become quite problematic. All attempts also going to fail Anavaku here. Ooh. Yeah, wouldn't have been able to torch through quick enough. That's unfortunate. If he'd broken out and actually killed those 2 villagers. He does have more Mount Samurai coming, though. So right now, Myriad's goal is to force Anavaku full defense. While Anavaku is going full offense. Check this. Landsknechter and more Varangian. You see, Trump had an Indian translator translating an Indian reporter's English accent. Wait, what? No. Yeah, but Trump is so, like, old. You know, at this point, his bones are just dust, right? So when you're that age, you can say it's not a race thing. It's just your hearing's gone, you know? I'm not racist. I'm just deaf. Even Phantom down the way. Now, another thing to keep in mind about Myriad's economy, eventually this is going to run out. In fact, yeah, it's almost depleted. He's only got... Oh, wait, no. Okay, he's got him up here. So he's still got about 1,000 resources left there. So some runway, but eventually that is going to sting him. Wouldn't mind seeing him actually just Yorishiro drop the TC. Some players don't like ever doing that because it means one Yorishiro can never be switched. Because you can't get rid of a Yorishiro buff on a landmark. It's impossible. You don't think Trump's bothered being called racist? He probably misunderstands. He goes, I have never raced in my life. You know, like, completely doesn't understand what you mean by it. Like, Blansk. They get a few. They might even trim some more here. He's not moving quick enough. 2 more go down. Big hit there. And all of a sudden, Anavaku with the raw eco lead. Oh, guys. He's clawing this one back. This is crazy. This game looked like it was just GG earlier on. Like, Anavaku, I won't say it was critical hit dead, but he was on death's door, it felt like. You know, there seemed to be a timing that Myriad had in mind, and it felt like Anavaku had no answer. He claws his way back into this game. Myriad does have mass on his side. And the Yuumi are a great counter to Lanch. In fact, Anno needs to be a little bit careful with that. Fording with the Lanch Nectar is going to lose you your impact here. A good idea to use these up against the Samurai. You need to make sure they don't get cleared. Lombos are going to snipe out the Bannerman, but remember that aura is going to persist for 30 seconds, which is more than long enough to run him through on this fight. I eat my words here. So much for it looking good. Anavaku, he didn't have the whole army here. The numbers are a lie. Half of the remaining troops are not on this screen. Oh my god, all got here late. Either way, the mass difference is all that matters. Myriad now plowing towards the base. The extra damage as well on this Samurai with the Veterancy, the Odachi, and the Bannerman gave him such a brutal breakthrough there. That's crazy. Bannerman at this stage is better than the Varangian having the extra melee armor and the extra damage. It just makes you overall a worse men-at-arms on top of what we highlighted earlier. As to the Yuumi versus Lombo situation, remember Anavaku, he switched into Lanch Nectar. He essentially switched into something that Yuumi counters instead of running up the Lombo numbers that could win that back-end fight. It's confidence over-surging, and now the punishment comes in. There's going to be Mangonel placements. That's likely to make Myriad think twice about persisting with the dive. So yeah, he will look to back away here. Does chip a few worker kills and a few more to come, but remember, this is now 2 TC for the Byzantines, and more Olive Grove's coming. He's now up to 30. Meanwhile for Myriad, he just continues to barrel all the way down mid. Yeah, for Anavaku, the trick now is just, if you can get a few Mango emplacements up around here, impenetrable, and he understands that. He's now going for it. He's even adding in the Cistern next to it, which will give him the minus 25% damage taken with Presidium tech. Question is whether he's going to get the space for that. Because right now, Anavaku is holding on by a thread. His military is barely alive. Still so many Mountain Samurai to play with. I mean, 7 doesn't sound like a lot, but when you realize there's 0 counterplay to them, that's when it is enough to win a game. Love this play by Myriad. Instead of just going for worker kills, he's just culling the Lombos. It's much better to have the Mountain Samurai chase the Lombos, and then the Yuumi can kill the villagers. Speaking of which, villagers are going to have to get off the farm to get to safety. This is a lot of idle time, though. Anavaku, with at least a third of his economy not working now, that's going to deeply affect his ability to remass. New troops do come out on the forward. The Samurai are keeping him bogged down. And the Rams are on the way. So Myriad, I wondered where the Yuumi went. He's thinking 2 steps ahead, though. He could go in, he could trade out some villagers, but, you know, this 2 TC detail would kill him. He doesn't know about the 2-town center. He just doesn't want to risk it. Triple Ram, however, is going to give him a very clean blast through on these static defenses. Props to him as well. I feel like we see so many players these days just keep headbutting these type of defense situations. The thing that leads us to just look at games and say, well, no doubt about it, those mangonel tiles are OP. And in reality, there's been plenty of games where they'd be easily adjustable. Anavaku switching cataphracts? If it was Samurai still on foot, I dig it. I guess he just wants to raid. And in fairness, he's going to find a jackpot here. And Myriad ran out for the deer. In fact, he's all over the north side here. This could be big. Ball location next to it. However, look at the move. Myriad is ready to rock and roll. He's going to find the Stone Gatherers. Anavaku just can't get ahead. This is getting out of control now. It's 16 mounted samurai with one spearman to answer it. Yeah, the Katas are just hard outnumbered. They just don't have more damage when the Uma Bannerman's here. Look at it. It's ridiculous. 31 damage compared to 28. And then when you consider the deflect of the first shot, that's already about a balanced exchange of damage of 50 in there. You're not really that much tankier at that point than Mount Samurai. Yumi are just going to go for the LBs. Villagers are trying to deal with the RAM issue. Can't really afford to be without the extra infrastructure to produce. Then again, I don't think Anavaku is going to have the gold to produce here. Yeah, his number has been found. He's been cooked. I got to give it to him. There were moments where you actually believed in the Anavaku plan here. Myriad, definitely not an easy cookie to crack, but I know actually had me believing at points here that this was possible. But I think that belief point has disappeared. Can be no doubt about it now. He's even now switching Horseman to answer Yumi, but the problem at his heart has always been the same as the Mount Samurai. But you just can't go to the obvious solution of spears here. Not against this many Yumi. And the Ram's still alive. He's going to start addressing his outposts. Farm's getting fully idled out. He barely has, what? He's got, yeah, a decent amount of olive groves here, but not underneath the Grand Winery. It means no mercs to come, really. Then again, he's not even using that. I think Anavaku just doesn't know what to build. He queues up 9 more horsemen. Yeah, things are distracting him at this stage. They must be. He's getting some nice little chip raids in, but Myriad's just outdoing him in that regard. He's finding so many kills, he doesn't even necessarily need to defend. It's capped on APM. Just download more APM. Rookie error. Yeah, it just seems to be too much for him to do, and not enough time. Tries to rotate onto the back of Yumi. This now truly is over. I think we're moments away from a GG. The Mountain Samurai just forced the villagers away from the secondary farms. And that was the only thing that was giving him hope, is compared to any other Civ, Byzantines can sit in a corner like this with nothing but the farms and function longer than anyone else. But there really is no functioning, let alone thriving in this environment. So it looks like it is going to be Myriad up against Louis MT then, if this is going to be the GG. A little bit reluctant to give it over, but yeah, reminder to people, like, because we saw earlier, someone was asking, you know, when do we go live, notifications, etc. Make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you got notifications turned on the platform so you know when we go live, so you can catch games like this and many more. Jättegege. So that is going to be a 2-0. We have got 15 minutes until the next series starts. So we might casually watch a pub game while we wait. Don't know if Louis is online and playing. That will be... So we'll be checking in next on Louis MT versus Myriad. In fact, let me just update the bracket quickly. I'll update Tull as well. Oh, I just realized I left live to Anatan versus Aaliy. My bad. Up next. If I just do this. Boop. Yeah, so that's the state of things. Oh, for God's sake. Of course it would disappear. So that's the state of things. B versus SAS, Jimmy versus CSO, Louis MT versus Myriad, Antan versus Elyona. We won't be able to cover all of them today, unfortunately, because I am a father who has been left alone with his child, and I must look after him today. But we definitely will be able to cast Louis MT versus Myriad. What does FF mean in the bracket? It means the person forfeited. So Starflark forfeited and Core forfeited. Alright, that in mind though. I think... Let me have a look at Le Ladder and see who's online. Because we've got about 15 minutes to burn. So not really enough to do another series. Well, we can catch 1 or 2 games maybe. Oh, probably not 2. But we can catch a game on the ladder. So give me a sec. And we'll see who's playing. That's a good name, by the way. Spoon of Doom. I respect that. I vibe with that name. Gully against someone I don't know. I always saw Vortex on. Probably just practicing something. Would you ever in future host a gold players tournament for the vibes? The problem is you couldn't offer money. You legitimately could not offer money. Because people would smurf. It doesn't matter how small the number is, people smurf for the smallest of prize pools. I've seen it in my years in esports. So I'd be interested in doing something like that. I think we'd have to be a lot bigger though. Because you'd have to be bigger to get people aware to sign up in the first place. And then, like, it's almost like you need to be a certain size in the first place to then drum that type of interest. Does that make sense? So yeah, like, it's definitely not someone I'm against. I just don't think we're there yet. I would love to do something like that, though. I've talked about how I don't like that all the content is, like, pro-focused. But the challenge is finding a point where you can diversify from everything being pro-focused. That's sometimes easier said than done. All right, so while we wait, we're going to have a quick look at a SAS versus Louis game. I think this might be from Elite Classic 3. Japanese Order the Dragon on Cliffside. Love watching BC's Gold Plat FFAs. Yeah, and, you know, we've tried to run those before, right? But, like, it's always so challenging. Like, we just literally end up with not enough people signing up. And also, sucky enough, like, I don't know, people just don't tune in compared to just a tournament 1v1. I really wish like it was not the case. Because I do enjoy doing those type of things. But, you know, like I said, maybe more of them in the future. We always do revisit, right? Like we, for example, we revisited with... Oh, what's that? I need to move that around. We revisited by going and doing, like, you know, more of the low elo stuff recently. What are we talking about? Content other than just pro 1v1s. So, you know, free-for-alls, low-ranking tournaments, low elo legends, etc. I don't know. It's weird. Compared to, say, for example, I feel like compared to, say, like the Age of Empires 2 community, AoE 4 is not as interested in that content consumption. I mean, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just my size, or whatever it is, but yeah. Alright. Looks like we are going to be getting... And let me flip them around. Are we getting double Dark Age? No. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say. I was wondering if he's going to do this. So this was interesting. I'm wondering if people would try to challenge this. Japan is obviously going to be doing this Dark Age opening. It's pretty much like the sole reason people pick it at the moment. It's very valuable. So that's good for Order of the Dragon. Your spears are insanely powerful. 160 HP compared to 80. Your damage is lower, but it's easier to kind of finesse kills with that like high damage value of 10 compared to 7. We'll see if this works out. It's definitely very expensive what Sass is about to attempt here. Louis, what is he up to right now? Yeah, he's going for the deer shoves. Oh, but check that. Sass already lamed them. He missed the second, though. Yeah, we're just watching this game quickly from the Elite Classic, guys, while we wait for our next set. Because after this game, we will have Louis MT versus Myriad live. I hate when a stream goes off into FFA or 1v1 gold players or upset or whatever. The only low elo stuff I like is live coaching. Yeah, but why? Why is that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I can't figure it out about our community, really. Like, someone's going to say, well, look at what BC's doing. I don't think that proves it either. I feel like I've watched the gold FFAs or whatever before, and it clearly has lower viewership than if he does 1v1s. I think it's like, you need enough interest in the category, and then it needs to be YouTube that drives interest in that type of format. Does that make sense? Because if you look at Age of Empires 2 content to this day, what is the most popular piece of Age of Empires 2 content? It's Forest Nothing. Or it's like The Legend of Wall. Those are the big ones that T90's had over the years. Obviously, pro team games. Oh, you mean like not casted though? You're talking about here in the comms, right? Because team games is another one. It's just I think like from a viewership standpoint, no one gives a crap about team games compared to 1v1s. So I'm not saying nobody at all, but like the percentage is wildly skewed, right? And I think part of it is the way RTS has trended. It's like so elitist towards 1v1s versus team games. But also a big part of it is the visual perspective. Like, how do you show everyone's build orders simultaneously? Or how do you show, like, even things like just showing resource allocations correctly has been a struggle for AoE4 to figure out. 1v1 is just the most exciting. It's exciting in some ways. I generally think if the devs ever fully revamp late game and find a good fix, I think that's when team games will be better than 1v1s. Because the problem with team games, they often just become a big meat blob of irrelevance. You feel like you actually bypass a lot of key points that you get in 1v1s. Like, you know, how often do you really see a team game where you can do a lot with 5 units? You try that, and by the time you reach your opponent's base, they have like 20 units. It's very weird. I don't think you watch anything beside 1v1 and build orders, but that's because, like, the situation that I just speculated doesn't exist. Right? We haven't had a rework to late game and scaling. We haven't really had many maps designed around team. You know? That's like someone looking at hummus going, I didn't think I'd ever like hummus. And then they try it like, well, don't look that great, but tastes great, you know? You need the tasteful experience. And that's what we tried to do with like low elo legends. To give that tasteful experience on watching those low formats. That's what we done with community games last year. I felt like we were doing well with community games, but like it never really translated into growth. I couldn't figure it out on YouTube and whatnot. We had some that performed well. I think like for me to revisit community games as a core part of this channel, we would need rapid iterations of mods. And we do have the people that would kind of help with that. But it needs to be deeply thought out mods, not just like very minimum changes. You know, it kind of makes me sad that you'll hop on the mod store, and while there are some gems, a lot of the time it's like 500 population or 20x income. It's very boring crap. Okay, so focus on the game a little bit. We do have Sass going into the Archer comp now. Gold spawn isn't a back spawn, it's a side spawn, and Louis is playing this very greedy, actually. I'm a little bit curious as to why there we go. I was about to say, there has to be an outpost coming up. He has scouted out what's coming, so he sees the full force. A little bit tricky because Gilded Archers can camp here and kind of shoot into you. And there we go. Myriad can be happy now. There is Wheelbarrow coming in very slowly. There's been a lot of deer laming in this game. Gotta give him to though. Louis sneaking that east side back has made this look really good for him. Which game has better team games experience? AoE2, AoE4, SE2. For me is AoE4. Dawn of War 1. Sorry, does it better than all of them. No, I feel like none of those games are kings of like representing team game environments. I feel like based on the games that I've watched, and maybe this is heresy, but I don't know if anyone else feels like it's like if you watch pro play, like AoE 2's maybe figured it out a bit better than 4 for team game environments. But they've had many more years. Yeah, I don't know, like, give it a use. Company here is free. Team game environment's kind of interesting. I just don't think it has enough diversity. Room T. Well, he's completely idled off the tech off. Tech up, rather. Whoa. Hold on a second. Is Sass cooking? All Dragon kind of sucks, even versus Japan. What, for feudal all in? The problem is you just need to try and get into Yumi, but that's going to encourage horseman spam from Japan, which they want to do if they have to play feudal. I wonder if Sass could have just not done this spam and opening and been better for it. I think that might have hurt him. But it's because, like, if you don't do the spam in the beginning, the Japanese spearmen are going to block your gold. And I think that's what he's freaking out about. But, like, if you just get enough gold to go age, and then you go into your Gilded Archers, you can try to block this gold. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a tech up, and... now what? Like, what do you do with 6 Gilded Archers and 1 spear against Mounted Samurai? That's just death. Feudal, they lose hard to Yumi. Yeah, the problem is you can't, like... So, like, to the point of scale armor, you can't not play feudal and go scale armor. I think that's terrible, right? That would only work if you forced a transition out your opponent that is ideal. Like, you'll never, ever, ever rush castle and then just open Gilded Archers and feel good about it. Because then you have to open Gilded Archers, but you also have to get towards scale armor. Like, there's a lot of problems there. Scale armor is a really powerful tech in a super situational environment. Housing is a problem, by the way. Louis MT, he needs to get on the wood. Yeah, it does shift to the west side. Good job by Sass, actually, if he can keep this up. The problem is the houses are now far away. The villagers love that. Yeah, he can just use the easy Kuristo house garrison, re-garrison to slowly snipe this down. We do have the first Mount Samurai now being released, birthed into the world. Elsewhere, there is gold gathering across the map. Oh, no. No. That's going to kill him, isn't it? He's already on the way. He's already on the... Are you kidding me with that? He's got the high ground, Anakin. Don't do it. I can't believe it. He doesn't even know that he's been scouted. The problem is there's so many golds your opponent could be at. You wouldn't think it's this one. Oh, that is painful. Sass, that was, what, half of his food gatherers right there. We'll at least get them away, but the other time hurts a lot more than anything else here. Because remember, he's playing an all-in kind of strategy right now. He's not letting up. He's not going cast. I think he's planning to now try. But that means you've let the beast out of the bag. Louis, already 4 Mounted Samurai. The worker kill count is getting a little bit grim. Love that Euroshire drop. Back on the gold as well. I don't know. I think that one raid, forcing Sass all the way home, just lost him tempo. That's a huge gap in the strategy now. He's going to go to Spearman, which can be a good answer into Mount Samurai. A little bit weird sometimes because you hit so hard, yet all of it gets deflected. But I think for Louis, this is just organic, right? Force your opponent into spears and then come in with Yumi. It's exactly what you want to be able to do in a Japanese game. Company Heroes 2 was basically on par with 1v1, avoided the blob. Yeah. I think 3v3 and 4v4s get a bit weird, though. Like, those can feel super tug-of-war instead of strategic. Dawn of War 1, you could play into 3v3s and 4v4s, and it still felt good and strategic. A little bit blobby at occasions, but really good tug-of-war. It's going to be diving to the base. Hold on, Sergeant. Where are we going? That's not good as well. Look what's happening. Louis targeting down the Spinman intentionally. Doesn't really care about the Guild of Men at Arms. They can be dealt with by the Samurai easily. We have a convoy around the edges here to get relics home. Mount Samurai on the other side are still looking to scalp. Just need to respect these Spearmen. They are still a danger point. Okay, he sees him this time. I was about to say, there's no way this happens again. Because Louis here. He's here as well. He kept going back to this gold. He's all over the place. Unfortunately, Stealth Forest. Wait, why is the one person who's torching the forge the one that could have let them see? Come on. Is this game live? No, we're watching this in prep for the Louis MT series. We literally got Louis MT versus Myriad up next. Everyone's obsessed with knowing if things are live, but no one ever asks if they're dead. So let me answer it for you. Sass is dead. Like, boop, 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 no pulse. This is so hard to get out of. Yeah, any forwards with the men at arms? By the way, this is pre-vet Yumi, which is why it still looks competitive. That's about to change. Even if they're just standard Yumi, remember, while Yumi's damage sounds really low, when you double it, not too bad. This is too many spear losses. Yep, he's just going to call it. GG comes out. Or the Dragon versus Japan. It just feels like... Is there actually any point in this game, in this matchup, where you feel good? Kind of a sad one for OTD. Oh, and that means... Let me actually wipe that menu, because we've got to get ready for our BO5. Mr. Myriad versus Mr. Louis MT. They did just do the map drafts. They should be hopping in for the Civ draft in a second. Wait, what? Oh, so I need to check something. I was talking to a potential sponsor. I was like, well, this price makes sense. And like, our records show that like your average viewership is not this, it's this. I'm like, are you blind? So they were saying I have like average viewership of 200. And that's why their pricing made sense. I'm like, my average viewership is like 320 something. Yeah, I don't know where they're seeing these numbers they're talking about. Sec. Because I was talking to a new game, an FPS that looked really cool. I was like, yeah. That reminds me of something from my childhood. Wouldn't mind trying that. Alright, so live draft underway. Let me slap that bad boy up. There we go. Let's update tile. Live. Wow. sec. See the GTA 6 trailer? No. I think I glimpsed it and I didn't watch it. And I watch it without getting DMCA'd for music. I'm guessing probably not, right? Is that my CPU's temperature? Yep. We have a banger of a PC. I don't ever see it go above like 42. It's trailer 2. Yeah, I definitely haven't seen it. I mean, we got a long way to go until it's out anyway. I try not to get like suckered too much into hype. Especially this early. Like, we still got a year, right? Because they delayed it. One more whole year. Yeah, I realized like it's very interesting as well because I feel like a lot of streamers in the GTA category don't get sponsored or whatever. I was talking with one of my partners about this. So I want to try to help them with that. All right, there we go. Sorry, I just got pinged about things again. Yeah, so B-SAS Antan Ilyono is in this evening. And, yeah, I got Confin. Like, Dimu CSO was a forfeiture in the end, so Dimu got the 3-0 score. So he's through. I'm going to announce that because we don't have time really to cover it. We probably got, like, maximum 3 hours of streaming still. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It's because Emma and Freya are on holiday, and Ezra's being babysat, but he gets dropped off at 7. So I'm very limited today on when I can stream. Not someone that makes me happy. I don't like to do short streams, but yeah. So, Sunken Lands for game 1. Probably going to be looking at what? Sushi versus Chinese, or you could do Sushi versus French. Sushi versus French is tighter. I think French does better against China. Because Sushi tech quicker and their Dali horses makes them capable of competing. But we've seen that Louis has a very effective build against those type of plays, where you just switch arbitrary really fast. He done it incredibly well against the Ayabids of Deniska in the last round. Yeah, so curious to see if he actually still goes for that. Have we got the pick? Let me have a look. Yeah, so Sushi... Okay, that I didn't expect. What would surprise you for Louis MT to pull out in game 1 here? On Sunken Lands. It's like a fairly open, kind of exposed map. Map that has a decent amount of deer, so usually people thinking deer. He went Lancaster. So yeah, we're getting the Lanny boys for game 1. Not your avenue for streaming, but on the personal time, it looks like it's going to be a blast. Yeah. I mean, I would love to be able to do GTA content when it comes out, man. I mean, I've been pretty transparent with this. That's kind of my dream, right? It's like, have days where we do AoE4, but have days where we're able to do variety. I think for a lot of streamers, it's their dream. It's nice because it keeps it fresh. It brings in new audiences to both games. It kind of deepens the community building, and also just like it makes when you do the primary content more special. You know what I mean? And that's why I've been trying to figure out things we can do different. Like, for example, Fridays having these show matches with Hymns Cup where we're already working to get another new map, right? So that we have a different format than what you have KPMM. Because if it's just KPMM every single day, does that make it more special or less? You know, the ideal world for me is being able to have like 4 different content arcs for each day of the week. Right? Whether that's all AoE4, let's say we had, you know, like Variety Tuesday or whatever. And then, you know, Monday, it was like Monday Madness, and it was some crazy, like, drafting with a bidding system, show match system, right? And then obviously have KPMM finals on Thursday, etc. Like, that would be really cool, because then people just get fresh content. Because I think there's only so many times people realistically want to watch, like, you know, Malian versus French on X and Y map. That's why I want to see more game modes, like I was talking about earlier with the mods. Like, I'd love to see more game modes because you can just keep it fresh. Explore the unexplored, right? New formats is always good. That's something I want to try to fix if we do return with KPMM, because we were meant to change the format, but then due to like logistical like nightmares of everything taking too much time, it never really came to fruition. So yeah, like if we do KPMM again, the idea will be to change format every few weeks in some way. Like, you know, try a new drafting format, or change the... Maybe even have like some weeks where you introduce Regicide or some crap. There'll be players that don't like that, but I'm just like... Middle finger, it can work, right? Like, I think that was a big inspiration from the Garrison of AoE2. Like, they literally have a map where you have a king, specifically. I was like, well, that's good. Like, I want that. Like, that's a really big twist compared to just playing like Dry Arabia. Like, you have almost someone that's similar to Dry Arabia, and then you just have a king. Win conditions very different. All right, let me get ready with the predictions, and we'll get underway. One and all, you are playing House of Lancaster wrong. At least according to the pros, because this keeps happening. We've got a Dark Age rush from Louis MT on the House of Lancaster, the Lion of the East, going up against one of Hungary's finest, Myriad in the green, playing as Shu Shi. Map, of course, going to be Sunken Lands to kick off our best of 5 here in the quarterfinals. I'm curious to see what he can do with this Spearman Rush. It's been really popular for Lancaster in the last week or two. A lot of players doing it, but I wonder how much of it is about the true damage versus just the deer shoves. Because we've been seeing a lot of Lancaster boys just have to fall back for that afterwards. It looks like a good timing against Myriad anyway. He only put 200 gold, so he doesn't have enough yet. But because you are not China, you actually open with an Imperial official. So eventually he'll be fine anyway via taxation. And likely we'll just see him maybe drop off one more gold load and leave. Would the tax gem be good enough if you leave this early? It's tricky. He's only got 2 gold there. I think he may just end up flowing maybe an extra 50, 100 food. If my calculations aren't wrong. So not great, but at the same time, if you can just do minimal to react to this play, it means that Louis MT doesn't get too much from the spin. What he does get is blocking pro scouts. However, on this map, you're going to want to lame the enemy's deer. Because one thing to keep in mind with Sunken Lands is you start with deer very close to the base, like extremely close. So it's a very easy shove in. Okay, Myriad might actually be skipping on PS. He opts for the Meditation Garden over here. Was there anything better? No, probably not. You could have possibly dropped it here for more wood. But typically when you see people prioritize food, it gives them the option of skipping pro scouts. What it comes down to is the sheep haul. And not bad. 16 sheep here compared to the 16 Louis. And that includes the fact that Louis started with an extra 4. I always leave room for farms around my TC. All right, chill. Chill, AoE 2, AoE 3, AoE 4 gamer. Yeah, in fairness, around the TC can make sense for Lancaster. Reminder, they get no perks whatsoever from their mill. As in, unique perks. You know how, for example, the English, they place farms near the mill. It's more efficient. You don't have that for Lancaster. Because who needs farms? Just build manors, lol. Which is what's going to be happening here. We do have the Lancaster Castle. So now you have to sit here and ask the question, was this worth the double spear investment to ruin the pro scouts timing? I think irrefutably yes. It's going to have a heavy impact on Myriad's capabilities to go into the play he wants to do. It's going to force him into a play he'd rather not, which is either a more risky, wider play into Castle Age, where you could get raided by Demi-Lancers, or an all-in against a Civ that's going to do everything it can to just build more pseudo outposts that give them resources. Neither one doesn't sound very good. Do you have any pass guard for Myriad? Maybe he goes semi-fast castle with PG. I'm a bit worried about the timings for that because, like I said, what's going to happen here is Louis will get up to probably about 5 manas by then, and then you just summon the Demi-Lancers. The problem with that play is the Demi-Lancers can just kind of segregate the pass guard one by one, or they just go deeper than that. They go for your economy. The biggest, most important thing about the Demi-Lancer play and why it's so obnoxiously over the top is it forces even a full attacker to defend. And that's what makes it way too good. I think the best way I could, like, maybe you could try to apply this logic to everything, but I think this is too extreme if you think about it for a second. If you could pay 500 resources to not lose the game, wouldn't you? KP, that's like how the whole game works. You know, you build things to not lose the game or to win them. But I think the extreme to which Muster the Nobles stops you losing the game is the problem with this land market as heart. If it wasn't for the Demi-Lancers spawn, I think we'd see a lot more successful all-ins against Lancaster. Spear, whoa. He actually got a kill there. Oh, that's tricky for Myriad. I think what probably happened there is the Spearman... He thought that the spear was probably attacking the pass guard, so it didn't really register that it was a villager dying. So yeah, very unfortunate loss there. We are now going to get Myriad going into Pro Scouts, but much later than I think he was maybe aiming for. His opponent already having 2 manas online. What, you don't like the manas? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You aren't a fan of Feng Shui? I think that's what we're going to start doing, is rating how people place their manas. You know, how do you guys rate this, like, on a desirability scale? Is this a neighborhood you want to live in? I mean, personally, I don't sell on this well. Like, here's the thing. I know the guy who gets his mana here is going to get a lot more garden than I am. On top of that, why have we got a mining camp in the middle of our nice little cul-de-sac? Doesn't make sense. This guy got the best seat, by the way. See, because in these days, we couldn't have toilets in these houses, but there's 20 toilets in the castle next door. Actually, no, that's a lie. There's 0 toilets in here. The White Tower is the one with 20 toilets. A mana within commuting distance? You think I work if I live in this thing? You think I work on a gold vein if I can afford a house? Peasant. It looks like we are expanding. You know, I just want to shout out everyone who comes to my channels to watch these SimCity streams. It really means the world that you support me in what is more of a niche category. Oh, wait, we're in RTS. All right, back to Myriad's side, where we'll see RTS things. Technology. Myriad is about to discover the Castle Age. Decent timing as well. Shaolin Monk seems very logical here. Can look to just rush out and secure them, because surely there's nothing at all that House of Lancaster could do to intercept relics right now. They're busy building more housing. Wait a second. Guys, everyone moans about manners, but do you realize that if my country's government actually was as efficient and as effective as Lancaster players are at building housing, there wouldn't be a crisis in my country. You know how expensive my mortgage is? Very expensive. I need more of you to subscribe. Imagine, in these days, you could afford a house and ponies? You've been lurking since the method RWF. Oh, that's awesome, Hybrid's Rage. Damn. Well, We got you to come out of the shadows. Welcome to the community. And look at that. We have no guards for the villagers. 500 resources, guys. How hard do you think it would be for this to pay off? It's really nowhere near as hard as you'd think. King's College is just coming in. They're about to get better. He'll deny some pro scouts. He'll idle some villagers. And he'll still have them to do more. Such as ruin a monk's day. A poor innocent monk who wanted nothing more than to just receive his shiny trinkets. You guys ever realize that Gollum wasn't the bad guy? Just think about it. What did Gollum really want? He just wanted his trinket. Those hobbits borderline enslaved him. Be nice to shallow monks. They already have it hard. I mean, look at that hairline. The worst part still is if you actually kind of... Yeah, if you look really close, I think it's meant to be shadows, but it actually just looks like they've got hair at the back. So it doesn't look like they chose to be fully bald. Look at that. 8 knights. Guys, this is actually really bad for Myriad right now. Look what's coming in. If you thought these were annoying, they're actually going to become impactful. They're about to almost double their damage. They have 9 base. They're going to add in another 6 with Collar Vesses. And... Oh, what a move! He walls him in! No freaking way! Louis empty. Okay, he's going to lose a worker for it, but that was sick. That was disgusting. What a play out of the Chinese prodigy. It's going to be a 2-on-1 fight here, but with the Collar Vesses, that means that the Lancer is going to lose. Louis just needs to stop clicking too much. His APM's too high. He kept actually moving. That was sick. So that slows down Myriad's tempo a bit. And we do have normal knights coming from Louis. So this is now a problem for Myriad. As Shushi, you do have access to the Dali horses. That's 20% increase. That means you do an extra, what, 4.8 damage compared to where you're at now. Meanwhile, Collar Vesses does an extra 6 damage. It's just not a winnable fight in equal numbers. You tend to watch while working. I think a lot of people do that. Maybe it's the slower pace. It means if you look away, you don't feel like you miss everything. Louis, remember, he's already up to 6 manas, by the way. So, he's been chilling right now. Crossbow's also getting added in behind this by both players. Myriad, if you can get the relics home, he has a really good time to go into Yuan. That's important for the Pagoda play. That's going to allow you to actually kind of mitigate the threat of manas. Manas generate 105 resources each. Pagoda allows you to generate 250 per relic. And then that gets you up to 750. Then you add in the 2 relics at 8 pop. You're pretty much at mana levels of income at that point. The difference is, for someone to do that, what sounds like an OP strategy for Shushi, they have to come out of their base, they have to gather something difficult to gain, they have to then build additional things. It sounds more complicated than looking at one screen right here, doesn't it? Anyway, there is a clash going on. The Lance account, or Knight count rather, isn't out of control yet for Louis MT. A lot of these are Demi-Lancers, but we said in this exchange against Knights, they're worth their weight. Behind that, Louis is already going for the 9 mana spam. He did go King's College, remember, which means there's also a good option for this. This is a game where Hobbelars can absolutely annihilate. Hill Forts deck. Oh, sorry, Hill Training. I keep saying Forts. I've been playing too much Hob. Yeah, the Hill Training is ultra cheap. It's only 120 resources to get huge charge damage. He's going to dive. Let's take out a few of the scouts. Forces idle time here. Worker kill count is even so far, so not an extensive worker lead. It's all about that passive economy. Louis, most of what he lost on that dive was Demi-Lancers related, right? He went from 8 to 4. And it is a full hobby switch. That's kind of crazy. Is it necessity, though? It might be, Louis. He doesn't have great gold access. Okay, no, yeah, he's got the 4K now. So you could try and go like Knight Hobbler here and just overwhelm. But I think for him, it's just going to be Hobbler crossbow switch. The Collar Vesta has done what it needed to. It's a very cost-efficient tech. And here it comes. Hill training. Look at that. All of a sudden, you're going to be producing Hobblers every 7.5 seconds. But more importantly, those measly little Hobblers that you would think are trash, that we meme on all the time. In this state, watch what happens to their damage. They aren't even castle yet. These are feudal. Boom. From 7 charge damage to 18. And it does also affect bonus damage, which means upon contact with a crossbow, you will take out practically half their HP on a single hit. Reminder, that's a harder hit than a knight. Or rather the same, yeah. As a feudal unit. When you upgrade these into vet, their initial hit does more damage than a lancer charge. So we've got some poke raid attempts by Myriad. And Louis is starting to make a bit of a farm transition here. No more manners just yet, but I think maybe there was idle time on the stone. We'll see the additionals coming in soon. Food needs to be solved for Myriad eventually, though. Like, obviously, Pro Scouts has an expiration date that he has to be cognizant of here. No Dali horses this whole time, by the way. That does actually surprise me. Good camping on the relic. Remember, Louis did build into them as well, so he's been seeking relics. Be difficult to get this one back. Not impossible. Why do people insist on these hobbits? Yo, the hobbits are effective. Are you doubting Gandalf's wisdom? And I swear, if I put on a hat and grew a long beard, you guys would believe me when I say hobblers are actually good. But no. Like, seriously, though, they are actually quite effective in the right circumstance. The problem is, we've, in competitive play, in the last week, had, I think, 3 occasions where someone has built them with white power. That's where hobblers suck. You have to play them with King's College right now. It's a limitation I don't like. I think the hill training tech we just talked about, the one that gives loads of charge damage, should be unlockable without King's College if you get Imperial Age. But yeah, this timing in Castle, if you can blob up to about 30 to 40 hobblers, that initial charge in just kind of wipes the fight. Even against Knights, remember what we said, it's a lance charge. So you can lance them in the face for 30 plus damage and then walk away. Well, not 30, right? Because they don't get the bonus. But for such a cheap unit, you can hit them with damage mitigation about 15 and then walk away. If, however, you find crossbows, it's GG. For the Expos. Yeah, they won't survive that contact. Myriad is on the offensive here. Louis hasn't noticed yet, actually. He's a little bit distracted. We'll start to pull the villagers away, but this is one of the problems with the Hobbler scaling. You have to have the gold access. He's finally vetting them up, but now has limited capability of pumping more. Does he just go, yeah, Spear Hobbler? Full melee blanc here? Could make a lot of sense. Technically, like, nothing Myriad has would counter those 2 units. No bonus damage in the trades. Raids do continue to try and chip away, but so far Myriad has been one step ahead with that. Really needs to now that it's 7 manas. Myriad really hates that lumber camp. He's looking for any easily harvestable targets, and 2 villages he will happily take. So now 7 raw eco lead. Myriad, I wondered if he was going to be greedy and go for the Yuan. I actually kind of like this fact that he's barreling still. The problem of going for Yuan Pagodas is your opponent would have reached that critical mass of Hobbler we were talking about. 40, 45. And then all of a sudden you'd be stuck in your base reacting. Instead, he's trying to set the pace. Bloom Reels on the way to Louis. By the way, the hill training does affect that. Ooh, nice hit in here. Let's get a few more workers. Flash coming in the choke points. Horsemen aren't going to have to go the long way around to reach the crossbowmen. Now, one awkward thing, you kind of want to select these manas and use them on the crossbows. Meanwhile, backstab charge coming in. Big hit right there. Look at those health bars. The initial hit takes out 2, 3 crossbows. Good reaction by Myriad pulling the knights back. But he's losing the fight. This is an overwhelm. It's just cheap and budgeted against expensive and actually not as good as you'd hope. Oh my god, Myriad, the entire army just gets wiped from that. And look at Louis' count still. He's 12 villagers behind, but you wouldn't think it looking at the economy numbers. No, this is going to be the blob and go. I wouldn't even be surprised if Louis just starts switching into some yeoman and then prepping for a shy levy timing. But now it's just going to be melee blob. More spears, more hobbies. And what we're saying about Bloomery, by the way, like little tip with this build, Bloomery, insanely effective. The melee techs from Blacksmith, because you are increasing your damage by an extra 150%, that means on that initial contact, melee techs are worth not +1 damage, they are worth 2.5 damage. And if you're looking at the numbers, you start to realize just how ridiculous it gets. 25 on a charge, and then +22 against siege or ranged. Are the hobbies on their way to Isengard, chat? What do you think? I think they are. It's time to toss Myriad into Mount Doom. Hits the tree line. Villagers are not going to drop too quick to the short swords. It's idle time, it's worker kills eventually, and still no reaction from Myriad because the army just doesn't exist here. Spawns out a nest of bees, but I don't know why. Oh my god! He free hit it. Charge is something else. You just can't build nested bees against hobolars. Yeah, this is over. He's done it. Mirror's like, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those goddamn hobbies. This is the thing. Everyone keeps saying they're hobbits. This is why I call them house elves. If you've seen Dobby, you know how effective the hobbies really are. In Tolkien's works, they carried a ring. In this game, they are carrying the game. New wave on the way. Louis MT this time with crossbows and spears as well. Full map control now forfeit. Myriad, he needed a farm transition. He's got the 2,000 wood. He just doesn't have the time. This looks over. Yeah, a valiant effort by Myriad, but I think at a critical point, maybe just not respecting the defensive capabilities of those crossbows, plus the manas. The mana damage definitely adds up. Remember, when he dove this area, there was, what, I think at least 7 manas, each of them hitting for 10 damage, and that's going to be that. He calls the GG. Fear the hobby boys, because when they get a college to learn at, these thoroughly bred and educated lads are the bane of your existence. People need to learn, man. I saw Lucifer's game at weekend. No mercy for hoblars. I mean, but like, what's like the problem with Lucifer's game? We talked about at the time. He went for White Tower, and I think if you go for White Tower, you just like they are like hoblars are the worst feeling unit to build in the game. But King's College, man, like it changes so much. In fact, I'm gonna like feedback that to the devs because they need to know that. So I don't think I've seen anyone recommend that. Where is it? What we talking about? Sorry, just came to the stream. We are talking about the Hoblars. You only just came to the stream? You mean you're not here the moment we go live? Have to turn those notifications on. Yeah, so like we're talking about Hoblars because I think Hoblars are a really effective unit. They're just situational. So let me mark that up. A Louis MT dub. And they're getting ready for game number 2. Let's see where they're taking us. So picks are going to be Malian Japanese. That sounds a lot like Coastal Cliff. Is Myriad a believer in Malians on Relic River? I think they're very hit or miss. I think we're either seeing Relic River or we're seeing Coastal. I'd be very, very surprised if he was picking Malians onto Lakeside. Because he also has Order of the Dragon, which makes a lot more sense there. Right, let's see. Yep, Coastal Cliffs. We watch too many games. So Coastal Cliffs with Malians versus Nippon. And we are into game. Okay, let's hop in. Oof. Oh, what's that? One and all, I'm getting deja vu. Last time we saw this matchup between these two, it was the underdog that bit harder than he barked. That's right. Myriad versus Louis MT. This has happened last week, and when it did, that game was a win for Myriad. That was, of course, the best of 3 rounds. Louis was able to beat him in the end. But he got a wake-up call as to how threatening the Hungarian can be. Let's see if Louis has learned his lesson this time around. Japanese is going to be that Dark Age opening with the spears. Myriad on the other side. Already building into the pit mine in the house. Has stopped at the 2 houses, mind you. Is this going to be a Donzo counterplay? Could make a lot of sense. Eventually, you're going to need Donzos anyway, so it doesn't feel atrocious to build into them per se. Although with the Yumi buffs, there is an argument that Japanese can justify Yumi Flood and Feudal now. Just against Malians, usually you don't due to the javelins. We did, however, see a pretty impressive game out of Voldemar in his semi-finals against Anatan, if you guys remember last week. Where, although eventually Japan ran out of fuel, he actually put up a pretty convincing fight for why you should be building Yumi against Malians. And it is going to be the Rax play. Okay, so LUMT will get first strike onto the pit mine. He should know what's up just seeing 2 houses. This is already suspicious. Honestly, I think you probably don't want to blob too far here, right? Because if both of you just start spamming into spears, that's going to be a Malian win. Maybe Louis MT's thought process is he needs 4 to 5 to guarantee the pit mine kill. It is a big reach, though. Not an easy target. What we'll probably see from Louis here is he'll back off for a deer shove after the reaction comes in. It's very popular right now with Japan because of how cost efficient the Rax structuring is. Yeah, your retreat point is probably for Donzos. That's when you know your opponent will fight you because individually Donzos are superior to spears. They have melee armor, which you don't. In fact, I would have loved it if Louis just lamed a few of the deer here, just in case Myriad was thinking of being greedy, like trying to avoid procast. Likely we will see it. There's going to be a villager pull. Like, this is why this play usually looks a bit weird, but look at the range. It's just out of range, and I think Myriad's aware. If he wants to make this work, he's going to have to bring the Donzos forward. Instead, he's going to make sure he doesn't idle too long here. He's going to start building more houses. It's almost like he's teasing Louis to go in. Myriad, meanwhile, has snuck around the back to cut off the retreat. Okay, I love the way he's cooking. So javelin throw in there. I gotta say, when I see people do that, I wonder if it's actually better just to get in melee range, so then they have to run away. Because he should have to run away here. Like, if you just think about raw stats, Donzo should always win a 4-4 here. So the idea is you poke, 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 and then when he runs away, you pull back a bit, throw a javelin. Speaking of javelin throws, I was about to say, we have got more to use. The good thing about killing 2 spears here is actually it's very impactful for stopping your opponent deer shoving. Myriad doesn't know Louis has the 5th spear. The logic is, if he thinks his opponent only has 3 spears, it's going to make a deer shove very easy. If he has 2, it really slows down his timing, which is important because most Malian players still go pro scouts. When you have scouts, ooh. That's expensive. Remember, Malian scouts, 90 food. Nice riding blind. Louis is deer shoving now. So he brings that extra spear he built back. Scout across. Kind of want to just drag your opponent the wrong way here because Myriad should be getting suspicious. Smart cookie. He is going to start checking. I think, yeah, through the fog, he just saw the deer moving. I'm still not sure how I feel about deer being seen through stealth, through fog. It does feel a bit silly. But the thing I'd say is, you know, those that don't like deer shove, I think the deer shove is fine because of this detail. At least it's like a skill layer you can talk about. Because you can scout it without actually scouting it. And great lane there. So Myriad, he keeps the deer out on the map. And this is going to give him a pickup later. Was this worth it? What, for Louis? Myriad was forced into quite a few donzos that he otherwise shouldn't have needed to build. Because remember, the expectation is that Japan is going to just go castle. If Louis had got the deer home, it would have wholly been worth it. Now, not so much. He has problems because he has to build Yumi. Look at his gold. He missed the timing, so Myriad should know Yumi are coming because there's no way you can play Japan without gold access. He didn't get the outpost up quick enough. The boys are going to start pumping out. Got to be also very careful with the first Yumi. They can easily lose to Donzo. Little tip for people, when you play against Malians, don't be in an urgent rush to counter Spear with Archer. Against any other Civ, it makes sense. You walk in, you start poking. Against this Civ, you do that, you get hit in the face by a bunch of javelins. Okay, so Mira's reaction now should be jabs. There we go. We could be seeing a delayed pro scout play here. He could have went for the deer shove in to give him more life, but the thought is you can actually just go into jabs and then come back for pro scouts around 8-9 minutes. Could be he just avoids it altogether. There is still a potential way you play into Farimba without pro scouts. It just slows you down so much. And that's the Donzo effect I was talking about. I was meant to be the counter unit. How did this happen? Also, why are you so skinny? Like, bro, you got like no depth to you. First javelin arrives. Whoa, Myriad, whoa! Calm down, lad. Calm down. Missed micro like that can be pretty expensive, actually. Yeah, because now the Jav can't turn around at all. His Donzos are actually too close to toss a javelin at these spears, so even though they're very injured, he couldn't reach him. Iron Man, I think Louis is cooking. What does Myriad really have to show for his efforts here? He's got 6 sheep left alive, and then he has to start pumping cows to eat. And Louis MT is already doing reasonably well on the Yumi count. He doesn't have to hard commit to this. All he needs to do now is force Myriad to overreact to it. I think he is likely to be looking for an age up play soon, because he does see the second pit mine, which means your opponent has actually got a lot of passive resource gen over you. One thing about Jav's X Yumi is the amount of overkill. Absolutely. Like, it's to an extreme. But the problem is you can't rely on the Yumi to kill javelins, so you have to balance it. Normally, you'd expect Horseman Yumi, not Spear Yumi. What you could do here instead as Louis that would be ultra sick is Bugeisha. Owner Bugeisha disintegrates the Malian lineup. Forces them into archers, which you don't ever really want to have to do in Feudal. Like, this is the game. You know how Kraken on the weekend was desperate? It's like, girls. Girls. Whole weekend didn't get the girls. This is actually the game. You just need like a crackety voice line playing every 2 minutes where he says, it feels like a really good game for a Geisha. Bugeisha versus Musafadi, who wins? Bugeisha, and it's not even close. It's trivial how clean of a win it is. The only way you even remotely compete with Musafadi is with local knowledge to give you an extra 25 health. I think Louis isn't going Bugeisha because of the risk on food. The one issue with the idea of feudal Bugeisha is you need map control, or you need all the deer already at your base, because it's not cheap. Louis instead is going to take the safer angle. Javelin counts now up to 11, so he's going to be heading to castle. Myriad's in a decent position, though, right now. Oh, he's going to be going Sofa. Yes, Fulani Flood. Not a decent position, then. I thought he's going to be looking at Farimba. You thought Musafadi the counter? No. Musafadi counter armored units. It's only Manta Musafadi that counter Onabugeisha. If you don't get the Manta tech from the Farimba, then Musafadi don't have the melee armor to deal with Bugeisha. They melt to them. So Louis, he's actually still looking to go back in. And this will, I guess, does Myriad expect the age up? Or is this just to protect against a backstab? He's sending it. Javelin's moving across. It's getting intercepted by the Yumi. It's going to slow him down a little bit. Outpost is also up now. Floating gate build underway. Did just tick in the Daimyo, so can get his hands on the Bannerman. But the Spearmen, they are doing it. They're sneaking in. Oh, this is sick. Because at this stage, Myriad's going to confidently go into gold. He needs it for the cow spam. He's going to idle him out there. Surely he has to realize it. He goes after the pit mine, but if you just go a little bit deeper, you're going to hurt Myriad a lot more. Army's now coming home. And yeah, he knows. He's going in. Louis MT, this is an incredible read. So Myriad about to be idled on gold. That's going to slow down Javelin. Skinlan's going to block an age up, block the play into cows. It essentially stalemates everything you want to do as Malian. Stalls the entire plan. It's going to have to peel the troops back. So Javelin's now rallying over there. Keeps the group on the fort to try and aggro, as Louis was gathering out in the deer. Remember, this is the other thing as to why you go Kura. If you go Koka, you would be starved in this type of game. But the Kura storehouse gives you a lot more flexibility at that point in the game where you're out of food. It's why I actually, in a weird way, kind of recommend Japan to new players. I think their fast castle builds may seem complicated at first, but it's quick to get the grasp of. And then at the heart of it, the Kura storehouse makes the transition into food easier for this civ than almost any other civ in the game. You think there'll be more mercenary contracts added for Byzantines? Not necessarily. You could just make more neutral trade post contracts. I think it's a bad idea to give Byzantines too many choices because then the counterplay becomes too warped and difficult. Nice intercept here. Myriad is going to be able to wipe out spears. Has got Donzos to protect against Mount Samurai. Walls are going up. I think overall Myriad is playing this correctly so far. He's gradually making his way towards the Fulani. He's insulating himself with walls so the early Mount Samurai can't do damage. Even getting a deer shove through. I don't know if that was intentional, but that worked out incredibly. Like, they all just ran around the wall. What? What was that pathing? Pascal's the only unique unit that Biz can't access. Oh, that's not true. They can't access Templar Brother. They can't access Chevalier Confrère. They cannot access Hospitalier. Okay, you kind of got baited into that one. Camel Rider? No, they have Camel Riders. They have it in the Super contract. Oh, and don't get me started about the fact that they cannot access Yeoman. But yeah, like 3 Knights of Cross and Rose. I think there's 1 or 2 other unique units they also don't have access to, but they have a lot of diversity. Anyway, focusing on the steals in the game, Fulani is on the way. Louis MT, an ambitious fight. What? I guess just to idle the food? That's pretty wild, though. He's heavily outnumbered here. Myriad is insanely reluctant, though. Yeah, these are vet Yumi. He's melting the Donzos. Oh, my God. The timing on this out of Louis. Barely any Yumi to his name. But enough to brute force even when outnumbered. That was crazy. So he pushes him off the food. That's huge idle time. Fulani's going to fix that food issue afterwards. Didn't really end up losing any workers from it. But he got pinned in his base. Behind this, we should have Louis just rushing more relics. He's already got free home, basically. And can easily grab the 4th. Will we see B versus SAS today? I need to double check the timing. It is due to happen today. We might not be able to catch it because, as I've said, I have to look after my son tonight. So, yeah, we don't make enough money streaming to hire a babysitter, I'm afraid. That would be nice. I think Emma would be doing cartwheels if that was possible. Myriad? Uh-oh. That was actually... That was fortunate. That one villager spotted this earlier. So we'll dodge death. Dodge the dive. Ends up losing the one guy who scouts. He's like, guys, wait, don't close the door. Sorry, Timmy. We should rename scouting to bait. The son can be a co-caster? If only. He's not going to be quiet. When he gets dropped off, I'm pretty sure he's going to need food. And that just doesn't work while streaming. Not when you have to do observing, casting, production, TOing, etc. Are there any other strats but fast cast for Japanese? There's some timings around Yumi in particular in Feudal Age. You just don't really do it in this matchup. Because Yumi will lose the javelins, is the reality check. Wake up call for those woodworkers, though. This is looking grim. Myriad. Remember, because he didn't go Farimba, he doesn't have these threatening javelineers either. Lunacy already started adding the spears himself. Onimusha also on the way. Wood's now idled out. So Myriad has no wood access. That means no more Donzos. So double down on Mount Samurai makes sense for Louis. A lot of idle time here. Myriad, 2/3 of his economy are doing nothing. But that's not true. Look at these African manners. That's what we're calling them now. Helps a few villages they run by, but the main goal is Mount Samurai to attack into the javelins and also absorb the blows. Myriad just not keeping up the micro sniping the Yumi. He's now going to start overkilling them. Not the wave that's going to kill him, mind you. He will survive this. However, there is a queue forming. One longer than you'll see outside a Bonnie Blue room. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Do we consider this FC? It's always FC. Myriad actually finds himself with an absurd amount of resources. It's not just considering the next age, surely. I think maybe he just doesn't have the production, or he's waiting to see what's next. Has to be get tempting, though. We've all been there. When you're this deep on surplus resources, you start to think about it like, well, I survived this long and this close to getting an Imperial Age. What's the other 50%? Love that from Lou. Just bringing in the Shintos now. Top off all the injured. Behind this, we do not have a Euroshire drop. I wonder if Lou MT considers going 2TC slowly here. He didn't do enough economy damage to kill his opponent. But between the chip damage he done and the relics plus sacred sites, I'd say he's in close contest with what Myriad has. You can even see that on the numbers, actually. Sofas are about to be a problem, though, and Louis hasn't been able to achieve an Onimusha transition. Spears could solve this problem as well, actually. Spear Mount Samurai does make a lot of sense here. But the problem is, even though your opponent has javelins now, you're expecting an archer switch in castle. And that's an awkward and unfortunate tree line. Mount Samurai sneaking past the army. Uh-oh. Barely any Donzos here as well. This is feeling a bit grim. We have got deer gathering going on. So Myriad has got that extra surge of food gathering for the time being, but he needs a surge of troopers right now. There's no Donzos. And I feel like the archer plan, the switchover was ill-advised on the timing, kind of jumped the gun. Maybe a Mango instead would have been more effective here with Donzos to keep the Yumi away. But Mount Samurai now in. Villagers are being chased away again. And this looks like the killing blow. I think Myriad just has nothing left in the chamber. Yeah, more than resources, this has now become a production issue. He's losing more than he's producing. No country in the world can make that math work long term. Especially the Malians. A civ that is designed around the idea of zerging, but we're just starting to see Japanese with these new Yumi builds out-zerging you. Yeah, it's funny really in a way. The archers are worse, but the heavy cav is better. So it balances out, because the idea of Malians is sofas are kind of like a little bit trashy, but you flood them, and your archers have poison arrows. Whereas for Japanese, you have some of the best mounted units in the game, but you have statistically the worst ranged unit in the game. In this situation, the way of the samurai shall lead you through to a 2-0 lead, and now one game away from a clean sweep for Louis MT. Well played. Louis just so good on Japan. He's just one of those people. There's a few players that just really have it like locked in. That was a very fluid build out of him. I don't get the argument against TC Yoshiro. By the time you hit max pop, the 1 gold Yoshiro doesn't matter. But like long term, like you lose the flexibility, because obviously once you're capped, you can just delete and get new Yoshiros, but you literally cannot delete a TC, the primary TC anyway. You could delete a secondary TC, but that would be insane. No one does that. Okay. So where does Myriad go now? You know it's going to be Ottoman Order of the Dragon on Lakeside. That's just a given. Do you like that, though? You'd be looking at Mongol versus Knights Templar on Relic River, which I think Mongols are happy with. Maybe you throw a curveball and play Delhi there, because what's your opponent going to do? Probably pick I think he'd pick either China or he'd pick Mongols on Relic River, but he's still got like Dry Arabia for China/French. So you might be able to sneak that one through as Myriad as a win. Like Relic River is statistically probably your best hope. And then the problem is that French pick. That French pick is damning, actually. If the French was used, then Delhi would be really good here. Like him playing House of Lancaster in the opening, I think really screwed that flow, because you probably would expect French map 1, and then you could have then got access to the Delhi. Why should you account for the advantage 30 minutes later in the game while you could have more vills now? Because the more vills takes time to pay off. So think about it this way. If I go for a Yoshiro drop in TC, I'm going to get about 40 extra resources a minute per villager who exists. And it's going to take me a minute to get an extra villager. So 2 minutes to start being at a point where it's kind of worth it. And then on top of that, we haven't equated the fact that I paid for those villagers. On a civ that has economical issues at that point in the game, all of a sudden something like a farmhouse drop for food gen actually sounds a lot better. Like, it's something I noticed very early with players like B. They were very good at actually not running out of food when most Japanese players did, because they would Yorishiro drop into farmhouses. To me, it's not even the Forge players. The Yorishiro drop in the farmhouses that are clutch. Okay, wow, he chose Dry Arabia. We were right about the French-Delhi matchup, by the way. Just different map. This is tricky, no? Let's find out if you can actually get on the board. We're going to hop in. Let me start predickies as well. Oh, did we not put predictions out for game 2? Sorry about that, guys. We'll do it for this one. Oh, and we need to flip it. 1 and all, I think we're actually secretly an animal channel because this one is rough. This matchup, this series, and listening to that pun. Yeah, Louis MT currently leading 2 games to Myriad 0, and it's going to be Delhi versus French. A matchup that at the highest level, French seems to have the edge. Delhi, you'd think they have a lot of tools in their arsenal, such as the war elephant timing, the efficiency of Ghazi's spears. But we've been seeing French actually trend positively in this matchup in recent times. So curious to see what Myriad can pull out the bag. It's definitely one of his civs he's been practicing the most, actually. I feel like Delhi has been the one that he's been hyper fixated on improving with across his roster. Dry Arabia is going to be the map, by the way. So purest to pure, as balanced as it can be. Until you see the spawns. And then question it all. This one's not too bad, actually. I've seen much more skewed spawns recently on Dry Arabia. And Louis did get the kind of forward-facing tree lines to kind of wall in a little bit. That probably won't matter here. His goal is going to be to play French Knight opening and then force Myriad to be defensive. Myriad has got a very shovable deer. This is actually an insanely good spawn piece for him. So you can just get these towards the mill, and then you have a lot of safety. That's important because usually you're expecting French to eventually go pro scouts. Because the thing in this matchup is, I think what actually improved French's win rate was the pro scout meta alleviated a concern. Like, one problem that French used to really have in this matchup is you eventually wanted to play pocket economies out onto deer, etc. But that's good for Delhi because they build Ghazi raiders to raid you. So now with pro scouts being meta, not only are you not at risk anymore, you're also saving so much resource on spamming outposts, while Delhi, because they want the berries so much, they'll come out for that. They'll have to build 2 outposts per, as we've often seen. How do you guys predict? 87% for Louis. So fairly heavily skewed, but respect that there's actually some hopes for poor little Myriad here. In fact, I just realized we're, I think, 50 seconds out from live. That works out perfectly. Sheep haul. Ooh, not bad. 14 to 11. All right, guys. I need to figure out, by the way, what food plans tonight. What should I have for food? I was thinking of having some chili burgers. I had pizza yesterday. I'm in, like, sadness mode because I just don't really have the time to cook. Someone's going to come up with a fancy, like, 3-course meal that I should be cooking up. Yeah, we don't really do fast food. I don't know. I think my options in this city is just not that good. The other problem is, like, when I hear my friends who have fast food regularly, my jaw just kind of drops thinking about how much they must spend. Like, I had a friend who, he would have fast food 5 times a week. Like, fast food takeaway, right? And they must have been spending at least £25 each time. So to do the maths in your head on that, that's £500 on food. And, like, you might go, okay, yeah, but KP, like, you know, shopping at a supermarket's expensive these days. Yeah, but, like, that doesn't even include that. They then go and do that on top of it. I wish. Myriad. Myriad and me have actually like debated about this quite a bit. The argument of Ghazi versus Spears. He's a really big believer that you just play Ghazi. And I understand why. The idea is you just min-max it. You pull away injured and you heal with the scholars. But there's a ripple effect. If you have to keep healing the scholars, you're slowing down all your key tech timings at the start of the age. That also means you're playing defensively, not aggressively against French, which means they get what they want, which is pro scouts. That's why normally you'd expect to see Spears here. The other problem is, like, even if you do get to be an defensive party in this matchup, 1 or 2 knights is all it takes to sneak into that base. So Myriad, it is going to be the Rax follow-up here. But for Louis, that could play quite nicely for him to switch into archers. I'm expecting him just to keep barreling with knights. Because remember, Spears do deter you from attacking, but they can't actually force the knights to run into them. You know, last time I checked, French knights aren't riding bulls, and these spears, even when covered in blood, aren't red enough to toro. Oh, okay, so that's how you afford the takeaway. Just make 200k a year. Wow. I should have, like, I didn't realize. Is it that simple? Damn. That would be a nice life. Make 200k a year. Have enough money to host a LAN. Whew. That's my problem, right? Like, I'm just thinking about our average viewership. We should have got one of those Facebook deals. Probably would have been worth 200k a year with our viewership. Numbers on those things were pretty crazy. So we are at Sanctity Point, but there we go. He's capturing one now. Louis MT was very greedy with the pro scouts, though. You see how it's kind of impacting the night count. Usually be, 2, 3 more ahead right now. It's going to intercept. That's not a capture from Myriad. Wait, what? Okay, he'll get the north side, but that is a scholar for free. Louis could actually still react in the center here, because he doesn't need to beat the Ghazi and Spears guys. He just needs to kill the scholar. And right now, Myriad doesn't really have the count to stop him doing that. Oh, nicely done, though. Yeah, he goes for a raid. So Louis is now going to be switching to archers, but this reaction does mean Myriad will get his hands on double Sacred Sight. Really important here. In this matchup, if you go 5 or 6 minutes with access to Sanctity but not capturing, it feels so much worse than almost any matchup in the game. Because any other matchup, you're like, well, he's not going to be building 2 TC against me. That would be stupid. That's like lose against Delhi. But for French, they don't need to build 2 TC. Their TC is just better. So the longer you go without your eco upside, the more you just feel it's inevitable the game is over. It just forces you more and more into a, well, I've got to out-micro him situation. Out-microing is very difficult to do against Louis MT. Nice snipe on one of the knights there. Yeah, no running away from him. I think Louis is maybe a bit greedy trying to wrap on that side. I believe he did get the scholar kill, so he got some sort of resource exchange there, but we have to remember those scholars are insanely cheap. He's only paying 80 resources for them. Chevalier are now on the way. Mira's doing a good job of mirroring the moves right now. He needs to hop on this and try to protect. But the scholar... Wait, he does have piety, right? It just kind of looks like he doesn't. Yeah. He just took such a slap into the face, you didn't believe he had it for a second. So 6 HP survives. That's really big. Gold gen is now going to get quite overwhelming. This is the stage where you start to think, oh, wow, I'm going to be sitting on 400-500 gold surplus. I can start trading. Louis, the problem he's got here right now is he's trying to make that archer transition right, but he can't just run them out. It's not the right time. He has to camp them at home and just keep hitting with knights. So this gives a lot of breathing room to Myriad. Pro Scout's now just 2 minutes away. There's still just so much deer on the map. Yeah, Louis, he's still returning these goodies. He played it very lean with the Pro Scout timing. Didn't rush up 5 or 6 here. You can't really afford to. That's going to be unfortunate time with the scout. No. Hey, I just work here. Yo, consider this your layoff. Get out of here. So Louis now has 1 scout pro scouting. This is about as budgeted as it gets. Problem also for Louis is if he's spamming up knights, he may not actually have the capacity to gather deer quick enough for this. Okay, actually not too bad. Yeah, he's sitting on a lot right now because he's got 15 on wood still. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier about my the PC's temperature. Can confirm. We're in game. A lot happening. Recording, streaming. And AOE4 is really performance intense. 40 degrees on my CPU. Not bad. Louis, good interception actually on those archers. And enough knights here that he should be able to deal with the Ghazi. Very greedy from Myriad. Didn't want to give over the sacred site, but that was expensive. 4 Ghazi down, plus the archers. Big swing all of a sudden. Myriad doesn't really have much of military. He's making a tech choice while trying to defend. And that's what felt so greedy about this. So, age up on the way, but I imagine Louis is suspecting something now. Because the count doesn't make sense for the sacred site control timing. Myriad, it will at least be a good enough distraction to get him towards his tech. If Louis senses what's happening, though, there is a dive point available with the all-in. The alternative is you just rush your age up now with Guildhall, and you play towards Arbitrary. That is a slow-rolling build. It is counterable by Deli Greed as well, where they go relics into keeps, but hard to finesse, I will say. And Louis, time to rename this kid the midwife because he's pushing. 12 on the build up. Myriad will at least get the age up here. The skulls are out of the base. And Louis is going to be in. Spear's getting cleared. No answer to the 14 knights. Queues up the lances, but that's going to take time. It's going to come at a price. Villagers. No, the Seek Shelter, not like this. Don't do it to yourself. Wait, he's running past to the... Oh, dear. No textiles. Villagers now being sacrificed. Myriad didn't realize. That's ridiculous. And that's an immediate GG. Louis, with the 6th sense, sniffs out the greed and finds the perfect point to annihilate Myriad and make it a 3-0 stomp. Forgot Pro Scouts equal GG. Bruh. I think if you want to make that work, Myriad, you need to be hitting his economy, no? Which I know is difficult because of the Pro Scouts. Yeah, I think you lost way too much on that central sacred site, and it made it obvious, right? I guess you probably felt it at the moment when you've done that. Because it was, 4 Ghazi, 2 or 3 archers. And then you have, no other army coming. Need the food and then it's fine. Okay. It didn't look fine. It's fine. Have you guys seen that in the Claire Obscure game, by the way? It has a really great reference. It's my favorite reference in the game so far. There's a guy in the game who is just sitting in a house on fire, and you just talk to him, and I think he just says, "Yeah, it's fine." Yeah, this guy. This is fine. God, I'm loving this game. Part of me wants to stream it, but it's also just I need to be conscious of keeping numbers up so we get more sponsors in. But I highly recommend Claire Obscure to people if you've not played it. If you've not looked at it yet, go have a look at it. I think it's going to be RPG of the year. Honestly, it might be RPG of the last 6 years or something. It's insane how good it is. Okay. Bear in mind, we've still got some time until Masun gets home. I guess we could cast some pub games, maybe? What game? Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Really cool game. I've only got like 8 or 9 hours in it so far because like I wish I had more time, man. I'm so busy, like with these streams and then obviously like the influencer stuff. That's what I was saying. It'd be really cool if we were ever able to get to a point where like we have a variety day or whatever as part of the streaming schedule. Because it just allows me to catch up on these games. I feel like there's so many games that I just haven't been able to put time in that I want to. Skybrained Aaliy, is that... That must be Elite Classic free, right? We could do some tech. It's the Silver League, I think. Let me just double check. You got around to playing Ghost of Tsushima? Good timing. You want to play that on the PS Plus before it gets pulled out, because Sony has a habit of when the new games release, they temporarily pull the previous ones out so you feel encouraged to buy them. Ghost of Tsushima is incredible, though. I love that game. I've completed it. It's a really, really good one. Okay, so best of 3 and game 1 on Cliffside, which is what they were on, right? I think they were on Cliffside. Let me get the draft and we can do Elite Classic. Yeah. So Aaliy versus Scatterbrained. Best of 3. Cliffside game 1. Then let me get that draft as well. Let me swap them. You heard there's a fan-made Bloodborne PC mod as well? Oh yeah, they still haven't released it, right? I didn't know it was on PC. I never got around to finishing Bloodborne. I really need to. That's another one that is like one of my dreams. Is I want to be able, like, once, and I'm going to confidently say once, not if. Once we get to like a good size as a content creator, like several hundred people watching, I want to like do an Elden Ring playthrough. Find a way of making it challenging, because I still haven't played Elden Ring. I feel like at this point I'm saving it to do something special with it. Maybe we'll eventually do a subathon. Because I actually love the Dark Souls games. Like, Demon Souls is my favorite one to this day. But, like, I never managed to actually finish off Bloodborne. I got pretty deep. And then I just, with the other one, I forgot what, Sekiro and Elden Ring, I was like, we'll find a way to make it special. A few years back, I did play through Dark Souls 3 on stream. Yeah, no, I recommend taking some time for Clair Obscur. It's worth it. Genuinely, the soundtrack alone, oh my god. If Age of Empires 4, alright. One and all, I'm simply going to say it. If Age of Empires 4 had a soundtrack like Clair Obscur, we would have 5 times the player base. It is that good. Anyway, we're hopping into something a little bit different here because I need to switch it over. We're into the Elite Classic free. In fact, I'm going to go across here and... Oh, no, I'm not going to do that right now. We'll do it later. So, yeah, we're checking out Elite Classic free Silver League here. Aaliy versus Scatterbrained in a BO3. French versus Mongols as well. Oh, Mongols... Are they better or worse in this matchup now? With this fast Imperial build, I'm not so convinced you can pull it off against French. I feel like French is actually really good as a counterplay into Mongol fast imp builds because of the timings. Like, French is very confident about just trajecting towards an all-in castle. So we'll see how Scatterbrained tries to approach this. Map like Cliffside, you're going to find the Spearman Rusher desirable, and an Outpost Rush apparently as well, because he's already moving across. Very difficult spawn to sneak on, I think. I best get hyped for the Gothic remake. Okay, is it like bad? I've never played Gothic. I don't think it's bad. Like, Gothic wasn't that popular of a game, right? Right? I don't think so. Yeah. Sorry if that breaks some people's hearts. It'd be more like say what if I said I'd never played Oblivion. I have played Oblivion. I need to play the remake. God damn it, I want to play the remake. Oblivion was the RPG from my childhood. Set the formula for all modern RPGs. Okay, but like, I think I can cut, like, you know, if I have to forgive people for not playing Total Annihilation, then, like, you can forgive me for that. Because I think if people haven't played Total Annihilation, and they're like, I'm the biggest RTS fan ever, I was like, you didn't play the game that, like, basically was 10 years ahead of the competition and secretly set the foundation for what would follow in games like Warcraft, please. Anyway, we've got an outpost on the way that looks like it's being built by spearmen. Oh my god, that's the buff that Mongols need. Delhi get to build walls? Mongols can build outposts. It actually does look like he's doing it as well because of the stand ground. Oh, that's brilliant. Monster Hunter had the great OST, and you see how good music can be in franchise long-lasting. I mean, sure, I'm not saying Monster Hunter has bad music, but like, I've played multiple Monster Hunters, and they do a great job of immersing you in the games of their music. But if I had to choose between a Clair Obscura soundtrack to generically apply to a bunch of different things, or Monster Hunter, I'm taking Clair Obscura, and I'm not even looking at Monster Hunter. Anyone who has heard the soundtracks for Clair Obscura understands. Like, I don't remember the last time I saw that much love and care put into the audio for a video game. Probably Titanfall 1, and that wasn't even like raw visceral, it was just the fact they decided to include 50 gigabytes worth of it. But in terms of quality, Clair Obscura is on a whole other level. I do think that's underrated as well, by the way, with RTSs. A lot of praise came to Age of Empires 4 when it first came out, due to the quality of audio in terms of things like the dialect and the way that the lines evolved as you aged up. But I think, you know, things like the music soundtracks, I wish we went a little bit more hardcore into. Maybe give each Civ, you know, 2 or 3 options, and then just actually really ramp it up at certain moments when, like, fights are going on. Good deer shot, by the way, from Scatterbrained. This has become a lot more popular, just pulling back and getting the deer safely. Really effective against French as well. You know you're going to run out of food. You don't want to run out of base against French Knights. And you also know that they're going to be playing towards Pro Scouts. So this gives you not a full blocker, but you deteriorate the value of their expected play. And yeah, I'll definitely wait for the Gothic remake. I'm not going to go back to a game that old. It's like me trying to recommend Hom 3 to people. Actually, that's not true. Hom 3 has had good updates. But, like, I can understand why some people would just rather wait for Olden Era now. You know, it's kind of like Stronghold. Stronghold's the better one. I understand why it was just better to tell people to wait for Definitive Edition, which I still haven't played. I'm still playing the original HD one. Fun fact, by the way, on the RTS side, up until a few years ago, people wouldn't have had a good excuse for not trying Total Annihilation if they wanted to experience, like, the one of the Godfathers. Because that game actually had community support on competitive updates for, I think, over 15 years. And it was released in 1997, which is just crazy. If you haven't seen Total Annihilation, Google it, have a look. It needs an HD remastering, to be honest with you. Like, remember, it was made in the 4:3 ratio days. But yeah, from a mechanical standpoint, that game was so advanced. I think, like, when I think of, over the years, of all the games that have come out in their different categories, that game was so absurdly ahead of its time, it blows my mind to this day. Like, Chris Taylor was a genius. He was the designer. It's funny as well, because his follow-up work on Supreme Commander was ahead of its time, but it wasn't as much for the design as the tech requirement. Oh, God, I think my favorite publisher from my childhood is THQ, and I feel bad for them with how much went wrong how fast. Within reason. Like, they kind of done it to themselves when they randomly, for no reason, decided they wanted to make a handheld in a handheld-dominated market. So we have got Archer and Archer spam coming. Elio, it's going to be a little bit slower over time due to the stone generation, which is why he's targeting down the Uvu quickly here. Nice intercept attempt by Scatterbrain. Remember, he has got the Yam, so very easy just to weave in and out. And yeah, I'm just going to say it. I've played Command & Conquer Generals. It's not that it's a bad game. I think it's decent. I just think it gets overrated. Anyone who thinks that that was the best Command & Conquer game is smoking. I would rate Tiberian Sun and Red Alert 2 above that. Maybe even Red Alert 1. Horseman as well from Elio. Like, this is a full bait and switch, man. You just don't expect French to go full cav, but on a short map like this, it's really creative actually out of Eliona. Yeah, at this point, it just feels like he picked French because he's a Frenchman. He's like, oh, I'm not going to play the thing that's unique to the Civ. Why was Command & Conquer Generals legendary as meme level? I never thought of Generals as the meme one. Like, you can't tell me that anything in the Command & Conquer series is more memeful than Red Alert 2. Mind control squids, man. Like, come on. Attack speed hour activated. Really good trade out for Scatterbrained. Yeah, for a moment, Elio was like, haha, I got him. He's been baited. But he forgot about the archer count just being against him. So, huge throwaway from Elio. Behind this, what has he been doing with the play? Because this wasn't a pro scout's strategy. This is very all-in-y from him. I'm curious as to what Eliona was envisioning was going to happen there. Maybe he just shouldn't have bothered with the horse. Didn't seem like it here. I don't think he respected the Yamora enough. You want to get a Leotop with my brand on it. I have someone who's been trying to create like a logo or whatever because I want to update. I want to actually get like branding sorted. Like I've used this like profile picture that someone sent me for years, but I want to get full branding update. It's done. So we're trying to figure out like a logo insignia or something that makes sense. Alright, he does at least get rid of the outpost. Does Eliona just go back to Knights? It feels like it. Yeah, he's just trying to spam a few now. Does get caught on the front side, though. It's mass archers. There's no running away from that. If you try, you're going to lose probably 3 villages at least. And yeah, it's going to be more than that. Oh, he actually grabs him! Beautifully done. Timing there by Scatterbrain. So it's going to be 5 down for Elio. His entire eco league gone. Does need to retreat now. He's clearing the spearmen, so the Keshich could re-engage to defend him. Crazy that Scatterbrain did not play for Steeled Arrow in a timing here, considering how Eliona was kind of struggling for gold. Yeah, it's coming in now, but definitely going to be delayed. Not too painful because he still has the Archer mass advantage. And the Knights don't seem to be performing well here. Would I go KP or Killer Pigeon for the brand? I think I'd be interested in seeing both. I think like KP makes sense, but you could even just have a world in which it's almost like an animal icon, you know, kind of like I guess like a, if you think very like big streamers that come to mind, maybe like I think Huskers has this as an example. I just realized actually like Huskers and BCs are very similar, or like what Lyric has. There's definitely different ways that it could be done. Problem is, like, sometimes the problem is making a pigeon look sleek instead of just obese, you know? But I was thinking, you know, because I was going to try and set up maybe a vlog channel eventually, once Emma's got some more free time and wants to help out on that side. And I think there I'd just do something like, it would just be almost like a paint stroke mirroring of me. But I guess because the name's Killer Pigeon, yeah, you either lean KP or maybe something pigeon-oriented. But yeah, I'd appreciate that, man. Thank you. Curious to see what you can cook up. Like, to me, I want something that's iconic and clean, you know what I mean? It's like, there's always these good ideas of the logo where it's just a gajillion things, and it, like, looks sick as this big kind of spread on a wall. But when you want something that, like, you just glance at and you know it's the person, if that makes sense. That's the whole value of a good logo or a good insignia. And good timing here for Scatterbrain. I mean, Eliona just doesn't have anything. Undermesh, Steeled Arrow is in for Scatterbrain, so he's going to trade even better Archer to Archer. The Horseman's the only hope for Eliona, but he just doesn't seem to be able to get in. He's spending so much time running around, while Scatterbrain just makes it look trivial. Eliona now too far out of his base. The amount of food that's exposed here, just moments away from revealing it as well. Scatterbrain, he sees it, he sees the mill. And that's going to be it. GG gets called. Game number 1 goes to the 3D clan member. Really well executed. Great recovery. after Aaliy came in with a pretty crafty pivot there. You see how pivotal that patience was. Just gave Scatterbrain the edge and Archer Cannon from there on out. Felt like it was his game to rule. Okay, so G1 done. Where's my draw? There it is. So a point on the board for Mr. Scooterbrained. Oh, did we forget to do predictions? I think we did. Oops. We can do it for the next one. KP has a good ring to it. So the problem with KP, because I was thinking of rebranding back in Dota 2. And I remember I was talking to Shiva at the time. And the problem with KP as a rebrand is spelled like that, you're very close to a League of Legends streamer called KP, but it's like the vegetable. So this person, who I didn't even know who they were at the time. They were actually a very, very big League of Legends streamer. So like, I don't know. Maybe that doesn't matter. Like you can do like KPGG. There's some very big streamers that just had to go for the like GG or whatever. But it's also, in general, it's very hard to get anything that is a 4-letter long name on platforms these days. Because a lot of time people scalp them as well. And yes, that's true. There was the KP fact. Well, we didn't, like that one was kind of less just shrug in a way. Because we were going to go longer in a different way. But yeah, like the problem is, so like the most logical acronyms for me in Dota 2 would have made no sense. Like we already had a Killer Pigeon become KP. So then you had KP and KP. By the way, guy never cast me. That would have been perfect. We align. But the other one was DJ, because my name is actually Darren James. That's my first and middle name. And Moo knows where I'm going with this. That's also another SEA player. KP sounds good to me. Yeah, I just don't know how we easily like rebrand to like KP at this point. Maybe there's a way. I just need to think it out. The problem is, like, I've built a brand up over... Jesus, I just thought about it. Over 7+ years, right? So I think the thing in my mind that I was always looking for is to be at a high from whatever I'm doing, content creation or casting, etc., with a lot of work lined up, so that then I could make a pivot and it would be logical. It'd be fine. It would make sense. Like, even the idea of just changing everything to Darren Elmy, I didn't mind. KPMM gives you the perfect opportunity to rebrand. Maybe. I don't know how many people like understand that KPMM is me, though. That's why we might look to like rename it, because Midweek Muster. Apparently, some people find that very confusing. All right. Anyway, let me get predictions up. Sorry, I was just checking my like messages. Someone just like wants to put in a very, very high counter offer to something they offered. I don't think that's going to get accepted. I just realized, do we not have... No, we don't have the score of Leon. Oops. The amount of times they're saying, nah, nah. It's kind of crazy. Oh, where is my... I forgot to add the Elite Classic logo. Let me do that now. Boom, baby. There it is. It's very big. One and all, France might be OP, but not when apparently he put the Frenchman on France. Aaliy is now behind. We head into game number 2. If you thought France was OP, you ever seen the Chinese economy? That's right, just always going up, just like their win rates. It feels scatterbrained with a good pick here in G2. Byzantines to be the answer from Aaliy. Curious to see how impactful the new system-focused build will be against one of the most popular civs in competitive AoE4. Yeah, like very big difference we saw coming actually out of Byzantines with this change. In theory, Chinese have a really good timing with a like all-in archer strat against the Byzantines here. The counterplay should be longbow, horseman, limitane. Just do all the things as Byzantines. But I think you have to find a very good aggressive line as Biz here. Because the biggest problem you run into is if Scatterbrain does this archer opening that China has, I think, become better and better for at the moment. They always have a step-off point due to all the taxation. This landmark right here is the cursed child. It's like the cause of everyone's downfall, it feels like. So how do you guys predict? 79% for Elio. So actually a lot of believers in the Byzantines here. I don't know if that's a lot of believers in Byzantines or a lot of believers in Eliona over Scatterbrains. I wouldn't underrate this guy's performance, though. He's a bit of a monster. Loves water maps. Actually can take wins against some of the best players in the game on them. Does reasonably well when I see him in tournaments. Even like series where it looks like 3-0. There's a lot of close games there. For those wondering, we are looking in on the Elite Classic 3, by the way. This is the Silver League. So, nice little thing that they've done is obviously only 16 players made it into the Elite Classic main event. They then had a Silver League that has open scheduling, which included, I believe, another 16 players. I want to say it was either 12 or 16. Duking it out. Aliona's good, but Chinese and Dry Arabia. There's also the question mark of whether Byzantines can answer. Because with this system build, you aren't doing anything aggressive early on, which means that China's getting pro scouts. So yeah, I think like that would be my biggest concern with this like strategy right now with Biz into China. You're inflating your own economy, but percentage scaling is not as valuable early on as incremental scales, such as having taxmen that, well, it's going to sound confusing because now I'm going to say they give percentage. But if you think about the fact that each of these taxmen is able to like add in the actual tax themselves, Imperial Academy, like there's a lot of small eco-inflation points. And the thing about this system build is it isn't about those incremental increases that you used to see around mercenary timings. Like the number you're not increasing quickly with this build is using mercs. But Eliona's cooking, man. Look at this. It's double system and no more. No, he's gone straight onto the berries. He's going for a bit of an old school merc timing. And we're probably looking at, what, longbows to begin? Or do you... No way you Keshik here. Keshik's very tempo. Longbows will feel weird without assistance, by the way. And there we go. Rax is coming in. Unfortunately for him, Scatterbrain spots it at the perfect moment. So the reason you need the Rax, your opponent already has gone pro scouts, which means he has access to horsemen. And it's going to be LB. So we're likely looking at him coming in onto the stables as well at around 8.5 minutes max. Love to see 2TC Biz here. 2TC versus Chinese Fast Castle Pro Scouts. It's a strategy. I think there's some matchups where Byzantines do really well from the 2TC now. Because the thing about 2-town center for Byzantines is they hide it better than almost any other civ in the game. Most civs want to go for 2TC. You can tell they're going to go 2TC. Like, how do you tell someone's going to go 2TC? They build a mining camp on stone. But when Byzantines do it, you don't think they're going 2TC. You think they're going for a system. So yeah, we actually had like a great game for this between, I think it was B and Anatan, where it was Malians versus Byzantines, and B just built 2TC. Anatan didn't really have the capability to anticipate it, because you see people on stone, you don't immediately think, oh, he's being a greedy son of a gun. You do think he's being greedy, just in a different way. Less a son of a gun and more a son of a water pistol. So is Eliona looking for castle now? Is this kind of a bait to force a reaction? He's blocking part of the Pro Scouts play, but Scatterbrain is going to get that back. And I think if Scatterbrain pushes forward just a bit, he'll become very suspicious here. And this is the point of Lombos. Like, Scatterbrain can't come forward yet until he's got an overwhelming advantage. Yeah, the 6 archers doesn't really feel like that yet against Lombos because they'll attack you first. They'll attack twice before you get in range, which is pretty much you losing an archer already. And then you have to remember Lombos have higher base damage anyway than standard archers. This is becoming a bit of an overextension for Elio. I wonder if he realizes it. Starts to poke the scout. Actually doesn't finish him off at all. Scatterbrain thinks he's being all in. He's so reluctant to square up now. He's got undermesh on the way. That's not being supervised. Like, that's how you can tell. If he wanted to attack, you'd supervise undermesh. So instead, he's going to gradually scale and then push out. But by the time he does, Eliona's kind of outbrained him here. It's going to be castle. Man, I really like the way he approached this. KP, are there plans to add YouTube chat, the stream like Twitch chat is in the vid? I need to look into it. I need someone to remind me because there's so many things going through my brain at the end of the stream. I think I just forget to look into it because it was on the list. I need to check the Twitch rules because previously we didn't have YouTube chat added because it was against Twitch's TNCs. I don't know if they've changed that rule. Like, you're allowed to multi-stream now, but when they made the change, so they made the change like it was a year and a half ago, where you could like multi-stream now, even as partner. But there was a rule in there that you couldn't show YouTube chat on Twitch's stream because they don't want you to realize there's another stream and then go across to it because it, like, you know, harms their platform. Hilariously, YouTube didn't give a crap. Anyway, Skybrained is going for the all-in. I think he maybe realizes what's happened here. And you don't just want to mirror an age up from behind. You want to try to get an edge. Horsemen are going to make Limitani forward. He's gathering out in the berries here. And Eliona, food income... Ooh, no, this is maybe problematic. He doesn't have much food to work with. He needs to hold here. Lombos, a little bit overextended there. Limitani count is low, though. And remember, he did not go for a blacksmith play, so he's at a disadvantage in the archer exchange as well. We're not going to start diving in. Lombos get caught. No rush towards the veterancy. He's too busy microing. He actually hasn't queued it up. He's got Varangian coming out here, but those can actually be ignored at the beginning. So he's going to start hunting for villager kills. And behind this, Scatterbrain's timing looking pretty good. Going to be later to Castle Age, but forces Eliona into a fairly food-starved situation. No olive groves and only 3 sheep. Just going to make Eliona quite sheepish about fighting. If he can get veterancy for the longbows at least, that'll give him a pushback. Problem is, system level. Okay, yeah, he's up at 4. This is good. Golden Horn Tower is going to have a decent production rate. A lot of Street Fighter 6 streamers don't show YouTube chat plus antidote. Yeah. I'll have to check others. Most probably just don't realize how to do it. It is a bit more complicated. You have to get certain tools to, like, lap them in. Nice Horseman dive. Does get some worker kills. So 2 kills on the board. A lot of out of time achieved. The other thing, by the way, is, like, it's not enough to just find a chat bot that, like, normally would integrate. Integrating YouTube chat is harder than integrating like Twitch and Kip chats because YouTube doesn't have a consistent stream link. So if I want to pull my chat data, I don't know what the exact URL will be. It'll be something like, you know, twitch.tv/killerpigeon and then a specific recurring thing. But with YouTube, every single stream is a different link. I don't like that still. I really wish they'd update it. So every time I start a stream on YouTube, I have to get a new stream queue. That was a nice dive. Gets 3 more worker kills. Scatterbrain already has the veterancy. Like, I think this is over. It's looking like a 2-0. Lancers are going to follow this up. Eliona just has no food, man. Yeah, he needed a quicker secure time onto the second food source. He has snuck out into the berries. So there might be hope. But he was borderline done. It's actually very good for him that the Lancers are diving west side. Scatterbrained isn't hunting. No, he's still all-inning. Okay, Eliona's at least got a little bit of breathing room. We'll see what he's able to do with it, but it's a big eco difference to overcome. What he has done well is getting relics. So I'm a little bit surprised Scatterbrain let any of them leak in. Like, right now, actually, Scatterbrain, the biggest criticism you could have for him, he's got 3 Lancers, but what are they doing? They're all running to the same location. Now, we have to consider the God Vision logic. We know Aaliy is cooked without food. But Scatterbrain doesn't have any clear clarity on that. Well, the thing, Goldline, is you have to keep in mind YouTube wasn't made to be a stream platform. They've pivoted into it. So there's a lot of things around streaming that it doesn't make sense. They've gotten better over the years, but, you know, they also, in the early days, didn't really communicate things well. Like, people were worried about hitting go live because they thought it would affect the edited YouTube content. To my understanding, it really doesn't. Even if it did, you can do things like intentionally unlist and then playlists instead. So Lancers do finally find that food. Aaliy was able to get some resources together, though. So we do have some Spoonman to defend. We'll be able to get back on the berries. Scatterbrain, still no relics. Okay, this is insanely aggressive. He's just sending it. Rams. He has got a lot of Lancers, so it's not the most silly idea here. Like, right now, if they both fight, Aaliy army is worse. He will lose a direct fight. But by going Rams, you are inherently putting something into something other than military units that attack Aaliy military units. Yeah, there's other things that are also weird with YouTube streaming. So, like, for example, in my agency work, it's really important to know what people's averages are, and I can know that on Sully Gnome with Twitch. And just check someone's name. Like, you check mine now and know my averages. A lot of details, actually. Important detail here, nice little raid. But with YouTube, you have to ask the content creator what their live stream averages are. You need to get a screenshot of it. Because there's no front facing. You can only see views on a video. But views on a video versus views on a live stream are weighed in very differently for sponsorship. Aaliy going to need to get a sponsor to come in and back him up on this fight. This ain't looking great right now. Lancer count is too high. Half of Scatterbrain's military is essentially Lancer on this dive. Aaliy barely able to stand his ground. Lombos are doing their best with the higher base damage. But it feels a bit cooked. If Scatterbrain just stops moving the archers with the Lancers, he'll have the reinforcements to break this. They already have. East side is turning into a bit of a bloodbath. More workers going down. And that's going to be it. He calls it. GG comes out. It's going to be a 2-0 victory for Scatterbrain in the Elite Classic Free Silver. G to the G. Seems like next objective is take a lot of the Twitch viewers. It's difficult to do, though. And this is why like Twitch stopped doing things like offering paid contracts to content creators to stream on their platform exclusively. Twitch at first panicked when they saw what Mixer was doing, right? And what YouTube was doing. But then they realized there's like kind of no point. And YouTube realized it's not like worth it to necessarily pay that many people to exclusively stream. Because sometimes there truly is value in just being first. Like if you're first and then your product is reasonable, you will maintain. Right? If you do like dumpster fire like MySpace versus Facebook, sure you'll lose. But the challenge for YouTube is like, what can they realistically offer to be substantially better than Twitch at live streaming? That's the difficult solve they have. Because also there's an argument like gaming creation is not that worth it. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but Twitch really isn't a gaming platform anymore. Did you notice it? It's not like KP, no way. Like, still X percentage of like category watch is you know, is games. Granted, yes, like if you yeah, there's a fair point to that. But if you have a look, you'll see something interesting. Look at the biggest category. 575,000 people in just chatting. 213k in GTA. RP is like a very interesting subcategory of gaming though. It's almost like its own thing compared to gaming. IRL 60k, right? Like, yeah, Destiny 2 just had the big reveal today, right? Yeah, they're literally doing a reveal thing right now. That's why they've got that many people watching. Because people, like, Destiny 2 has, like, a big woof kind of hit and then, like, a wane, whatever the word, a wax and wane effect. But, like, the point is, you know, for Twitch, if you look at the way that they've shifted the website in the last several years, they care less and less about the gaming side and more about this stuff. To the point that they've even tried to palm off things like Twitch rivals over the years. So I've heard reports behind the scenes of, like, you know, people like Alexandra Botes being just offered money to run what would have previously been like a Twitch rivals chess tournament on her own channel. So, like, they still do Twitch rivals, but there's been a desire from higher ups to essentially, like, shift their handling of, for example, esports away from them and just make it more about the content creators. You know, that's why obviously the big crackdown on casino stuff was needed, but also unexpected. They only made that move because the backlash publicly was, like, so polarizing. But, like, in terms of the direction they were trying to move the platform in, it wasn't as far away from what their aligning goals were as you'd think. But yeah, like I said, there's still games categories to do well, right? You've got, like, Dota 2, you've got League of Legends. Wait, is there actually... Yeah, so Blast is going on right now. Okay, I don't know, man. Like, this has been really weird for me with Dota 2. Esports is in a boom phase for a decent amount of scenes, but Dota 2 just seems to be declining. Someone's going really wrong right now. I noticed it with the ESL Major. Like, they done a major tournament. NA time zone is obviously less favorable. But I'm pretty sure the grand finals had, like, 30,000 people. That might sound like a lot to anyone who only watches Age of Empires 4, but, like, for a top tier, tier 1 esports scene, 30,000 for your grand finals is not good. Not on a LAN. That's, like, considered quite weak. The league keeps appealing to young, rotting attention spans, whilst Dota doesn't. I mean, something else is happening, though, there, right? Like, something's definitely happening there. Last CS2 viewers were, like, 200k? Yeah. Like, dude, the Counter-Strike is always going up. I'm so gutted. I'm, like, I wish I could fight. Like, I wish I knew a TO to get in with in, like, Counter-Strike that I'm close with, because I feel like I always find myself just casually watching Counter-Strike at different times. It's such an epic scene. The storylines, the tension and the way that rounds play out. Incredible scene. Warzone is doing pretty well. Oh, they've got the 50,000 euro tournament because they brought Verdansk back. Because they kept trying different things. They realized, okay, everything's worse than Verdansk, and just resurrected it. Dirt patches are few and far between right now. Wait, is it really been that much of a gap? I feel like, dude, I'd love to play some Dota 2 again. I just kind of stopped because the groups that I played with just found other people, and then I just, like, didn't want to play solo. Because, like, when I played solo, yeah, I grinded, you know, pretty good into immortal ranks, but it became a bit hollow because I didn't have a reason to climb. Bigger number, bigger flex. But yeah, esports is definitely, I think, despite the pull on funding to a certain degree, in certain ways, at least with viewership, esports is in a bit of a boom phase. But yeah, Dota is just the rare exception on the big tournaments. They haven't reset MMR since release, so you literally can't climb. They had some weird reset, right? Because I checked my Dota buff the other day, and it went back to unranked. So, like, you can lose your rank. Because I was, like, Immortal 3000 or some shit. Which is EU, by the way, so you know it's real rank. Like, yeah, apparently my rank now is Legend 4. I got reset. Something happened. Because I remember like, they definitely done a reset of something, right? There you go, yeah. It's 3 months for a soft reset. Yeah, but like, dude, that's more than a soft reset. Because I think I was at 6,200 ELO. Like 6,200 MMR. So chopping off like over 75% is quite... It's quite a big reset. considering you get, what, 25 MMR per game? That's a big, chunky reset. But yeah. It's interesting to see, like, what games are going to be able to bring the esports scenes up next. Honestly, I think there's some fledglings on the side that, like, have potential. It's just weird that they don't find ways of attracting people with permanence. Like, Rust has had some cool ideas. It just never manages to find a format that keeps people coming back. The big challenge, by the way, is, like, I think the next big esports aren't going to necessarily be new games. There's a really big, like, misunderstanding that you can just release a game and have it blow up, and then the esports will, like, sustain, right? The Overwatch type brain. Honestly, if you look at the most successful esports, they grew slowly over time. Like Counter-Strike, Dota 2, League of Legends. Like, think about how many people watch the esports that don't even play the game anymore. Yeah, like Marvel Rivals has a problem, because, like, the problem is you're now trying to release games to be an esport. The problem with esports is it requires commitment and dedication over time. You need to invest people, but to invest people, you need to keep them coming back, right? But the issue is we exist in an ecosystem of seasonality. People don't really commit to games anymore, not like they used to. It's nowhere near as hardcore. And there's games, older games that people do commit to, but new games, people shift around. They don't stay. They pop, ship constantly, right? And at the core of it, when they're done with your product, they're bored of it, there is a constant anchor they return to. And it's the OGs. It's for MMOs, it's World of Warcraft. For, anyone who's in, like, ARPGs type of things, like, you're fine there. You go back and forth between Poe and Diablo. But, like, in between, you're probably the type of people that had an itch for things like Dota 2 and League. Counter-Strike, no matter how many taxes, Fragpunk just had a new season release. Looked cool, but people come in, try, and go back to Counter-Strike. Valorant obviously was able to siphon off. I think Valorant was very fortunate. It's like really big praise to Riot. So they needed a perfect storm of what COVID done to the world to get new people into gaming. Otherwise, they would have been left with more of a hardcore Counter-Strike audience as their core base to pull from when Counter-Strike was doing really well. But what Riot done really well is when they saw just how successful COVID was making them, they steered into it hard. That was actually very, very smart strategic planning by them. Like FGC, there's tons of grassroots and high-level events happening all the time. Yeah, but FGC is just still in a weird place. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like every time I look at the fighting game community, the big channels, the big esports events, etc., just don't know how to get sponsors. Like, it kind of says everything it needs to when, Dota 2 and all these other games will pay to fly all the teams out. And then you got, like, EVO or whatever, and all the top players are, like, legitimately trying. They literally have to get their community to fund them, right? There's been, like, cases where people have scammed their community out of $2,000, right? Which is so stupid. Like, literally, like what we're talking people, I can't remember who it was. He had, like, 800 or 900 average viewers, and he just basically scammed his community out of $2,000, and it killed his whole channel. I'm like, you're stupid. Like, you could have just done a 3-hour sponsor stream and you would have made more money than what you scammed your people out of. It's crazy when I watch people do that. Back in 2014 when 5K MMR was peak, hell yeah, brother. I think Dota's alienated its players that aren't addict playing because of how many features they changed. Yeah, and, like, some of the features were just, like, not good. I still think, like, there were a lot of changes around the time that was good, but one thing I absolutely hated that they added was XP runes. I think the Wisdom rooms were not good. The Wisdom rooms were deceptive because at first they seemed like a good addition. But all they've done is forced predictable behavior and necessities out of supports, and if you fail to get this thing, you lost the game, which made it bad. Dota 2's always thrived in an environment where you had options, you could choose your destiny, right? When you linearize choices, it creates very bad gameplay flow. That's why I'm a big fan of obviously this point of interest in a diverse fashion for Age of Empires 4, because I don't like linear choice making. Linear choice making might seem like it's a good idea because it's easier for newbies to follow and learn the game, but then it sucks when you figured it out because now you've just got, like, nothing else to look forward to. Like, if every game opens the same for 10 minutes, eventually it becomes less fun. A stun zoning tool on both supports every game or be level 3 at 10. Yeah, like, the snowball effect is, like, it's so punishing, it's ridiculous. Street Fighter 6 had to change their 20 seeding because players stopped traveling to LANs. Yeah. But that's the problem, you know? If you're doing this grassroots, like, you're basically funding people to go out of passion is the sad reality. And, like, if you think about, like, these fighting gaming communities, a lot of these people just don't have great viewership. Some do, but, like, they vacuum it all up. So there's, like, nothing left for anyone else. So, like, when you're trying to, like, have an event and you want 64 players, but only maybe 10 to 15 of them actually, like, making enough money to afford their travel, like, yeah, like, this is where LANs can fail. And, like, the thing that, like, in theory, Smash and all this stuff can do right, even when Nintendo's trying to kill them on a day-by-day basis, is you want the grassroots element. It's, like, something that, like, the reason why Smash and Street Fighter and all this stuff keeps surviving, it's almost a bit incestuous. Like, there's an intertwining there, and there's always a comeback, and there's a very big, aggressive angle to anyone who's not part of the scene already. I don't like that element. They're very overly protective, I think. But one thing that's worked well for them is that the grassroots element has always flown new people into the scene. Not flown them out to events, but flown them in through the pipeline. And that's where, like, so many of these would-be esports fail, right? Like, Dota 2 became so top-heavy for so long. It was like an enigma that we even had younger players coming through. Call of Duty literally has this to the extreme. Call of Duty League is, like, the biggest blocker to what esports is meant to be about, if you think about it. You have to get on a team with an org that has to spend 20 million to compete. Not in Warzone, but in the Call of Duty League. Like, that's a giant flaw, right? And you have challenges, but even through, I think Blizzard even admitted it themselves like a year or two ago, that was, like, not being handled that well. But if you think about it, you know, Call of Duty began as this. Oh wait, no, Major League Gaming. Yeah, this is what, like, dude, this is what made esports. And why did it make esports? Random gamers turned up. You know, you had, like, 200 teams just playing on LAN, grinding it down until you had your final people. Whereas obviously esports nowadays, it's just a lot of, like, invite flow. The reason that's important is, you know, you need to, this is like a, I don't want to say an obvious way because it's hard to like facilitate sometimes, but this is an obvious way to get people invested in esports. How many people who just casually watch Call of Duty Halo competed at, like, a local event once, you know? And then they got converted to be a viewer. Because that's what I'm talking about with, like, esports, and it's getting people invested in the ecosystem. If you don't have these type of systems, no one cares. No one even begins to enter the cycle. Dota used to be kind of like a classic RTS. It's balanced between aggression and greed. Now it's just all tempo from the objectives. Yeah, because I think, like, what they were trying to do is they're trying to accelerate Dota 2 state. So, like, I think League had it for a while to the other extreme where nothing was happening but farming, and then you, like, decide on one. I remember they had, like, a year where I think it was, like, in the finals and won the games. There was, like, maybe 10 kills and a GG or something like that. But, like, the thing that a lot of games are trying to do, a lot of esports are trying to do, is they are trying to optimize the flow state of a game. RTSs have tried this as well, and actually, like, it's not a bad idea to try it, because one of the biggest problems with RTSs is that they take too long. If you're a casual user, you don't really have time for an Age of Empires 4 game if it's going to take an hour. That's genuinely one of the biggest flaws, which is why I've been a big pusher on the idea of things like turbo modes. Because the reality is, like, you know, why does someone play Call of Duty and doesn't play Age of Empires 4? It's not just the entry issue of getting into the game. It's the fact that I can hop into a Call of Duty game with only 10 minutes to spare. I need an hour at least for Age of Empires 4. Big difference. You might go, yeah, but KP, if you play 1v1 and you're out of time, you can just leave. Yeah, but that doesn't feel good, does it? Like, this is another thing as well. In Call of Duty, if I just, like, leave halfway through a game, but I shooty a bunch of people, I've had my action and I've had my fill, you know? Like, if you ask most Call of Duty people, they actually don't care about winning. They just care about killing. Psychopaths, right? So, but with AoE 4, you don't care about the things you've done along the way. You care about the culmination. And the longer you're there, the more frustrated you're going to be if you have to leave early. So that's why a lot of games have been trending towards optimizing the flow state of a game from start to finish quicker. You know, it's why if you released this is why like for an RPG like this, I mean, I think the best way to play Clair Obscur is to sit down for several hours. But let's say you've only got like 20 minutes at a time. The autosave feature is quite frequent, so you can do that. But like old school RPGs would be like, yeah, you need to manually save, and you need to wait until the end of the chapter. Whew. That's a lot of time. Watch AV4 and I've never even launched the game. But I think you're in a rarity, right? Like, most people don't hop through to be viewer first. They play. They experience it in some way. Because you have to build an attachment. Like, where did your attachment come if you only watched it, right? I guess maybe there was a specific content creator you really enjoyed, and you were already watching them, and then that brought you through. Make Roshan on the outside of the map. Yeah, I like the idea of like the whack-a-mole of Roshan being in 2 possible locations, but it did make like the expanding the map by 33% was pretty crazy. What's going on in Dota 2 with you anyway, Moo? You actually are you just retiring now, or? You got addicted to Rocket League for a bit? Yeah, like you win and you go. Like, that's why I say Battle Aces is the best thing to happen to RTSs in 10 plus years. It's not pure RTS. I don't build my base. Who cares? It's an entryway RTS. It's the perfect entryway RTS. Well, would be, but they're kind of at risk of pay to winning it. So they're going to like, they're basically going to screw up their own golden goose, in my opinion. But like the concept of Battle Aces is perfect. You know, you spend maximum 10 minutes. That's how you hook people. You know? How many people weren't going to go watch a movie, but then they saw an epic trailer and like, okay. Or they read someone's summary in a review and they're like, okay. You know? Or like, you know, video games where you just saw a hilarious clip and you're like, oh, okay. People got limited time. You know, it's very hard to convince people into things when the time investment to even start contemplating the X or Y game or X or Y movie is so high. That's why I always, the one I always use, I'll roll my eyes at, is when people say, yeah, this TV show gets really good after 9 episodes. The first 9 suck. So, like, do I skip them? Or do you expect me to torture myself for 9 hours? Hot take, League is the best MOBA? That's a very hot take. I think all of them have their different appeal points. I mean, here's a hot take for you, but it actually logically makes sense. Heroes of the Storm should have been the biggest MOBA in the history of MOBAs. But they failed to target the correct audience. Both Hearthstone and Heroes of the Storm around the same time screwed up. It's almost like the producers on both those games walked into the wrong room. Heroes of the Storm was perfect for casuals to get into MOBAs, and they decided to go hardcore. And Heroes of the Storm was perfect for hardcore, and they decided to go casual. Well, it's not that Roshan being the corner necessarily leads to like less action. I get what you're saying, but like I think the wording would be different, right? It's not that there's less action, it's just the action is more predictive and it shackles the freedom of movement. Does that make sense? Oh, okay, mate. Oh, I'm sad to hear that, man. You're one of the good ones. Yeah, like, I mean, EG, LOL, and everything else, right? It's like, I think in general, it's not just the NA scene for Dota 2 is dead. I think the NA scene for most esports is dead unless they're forced. Like, for example, Call of Duty League is forced. They meaningfully had a team called London Royal Ravens that lived in America. So unless you're forcing the presence through like ping, like issues or whatever, yeah. EG killed the NA scene by importing players. Oh yeah, that didn't help. Then they also then just rug pulled the biggest moneymaker. Like I feel still to this day, like Evil Genius, do they even still have teams? They've only got like 2 scenes they're active in, right? I think it's Valorant and League. Oh no, they dropped out of League. That's right. They just got Valorant. It's like EG. I think they've done the most dented thing I've ever seen when they just got rid of Arteezy. Arteezy was just like, all you had to do is pitch to brands him as a stream and you make money. Like, it's 7,000 average nowadays, right? But like, this guy used to go live without any forewarning, and 30,000 people would turn up to watch him. It's freaking ridiculous. It's insane. Mr. Arthur was like all the... Like, if you go back to, like, 2020 or whatever, he just out of nowhere stream, and look at it, 22,000 average viewers. Oh, you guys can't see it, it's too small. Yeah, you can see it here. He just, like, have 20,000 plus people watch him randomly. And EG just dropped that. It's like, I think... I mean, they had loads of blunders, in my opinion. But that was one of their biggest. And then they go and pick up, like, a South American team that couldn't perform, right? And then, quite rightly, the CEO at the time, I don't think she's there anymore, Nicole Lapointe or whatever, got a lot of flack for it. Correctly so, because she seemed to be very, very, very fixated on League. And you could tell she was, like, a very big League fan. And they even had her, like, appearing in, like, their YouTube content or whatever. Because I think they were doing, like, rap videos at some point. I know, esports. But, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why... I get, like, League bigger and maybe you love League, but, like, dropping Dota 2 was insane to me. Because Dota 2 was, like... Esports fans are fickle and esports fans are loyal. And, if you spit in the face of your progenitor point, your origin point, they will just leave you in droves. And Evil Geniuses was a Dota 2 org, right? Dota 2, like, what are the origin points? Dota 2 and StarCraft, right? Like, those are the two that I think you relate to EG when you think of EG. And then, are there any more games scheduled today? There is in about an hour. But I have to look after my son, so. But like, here's the other thing, right? It's like Alliance. Alliance understand this really well. Because they still have a Dota 2 org, right? They still have a team. The team is like, not, they're not like smashing it right now, right? But the reason why they keep supporting this effort is because this is the origin point. If they just rug pulled it and ran off to Doki Doki Universe speedrun competitive or whatever, right? Then they would just like lose so much of their fan base overnight. Like sometimes you have to with esports orgs, it's weird. Like sometimes you essentially have to kind of take an L on the profitability or whatever, unless you have a very, very good reason to leave that scene that began you, such as it's dead, right? Like. Shout out to Alliance for understanding this. Like, Lona and Kelly really just getting it in a way that I don't think the EG owners did. You have to remain low to it. Because, like, realistically for Alliance, it would just be more profitable to, like... I think for them, it would legitimately, like... If they didn't have to worry about a loss of fans, it would be more profitable for them to just, like, drop Dota 2 and focus on Apex Legends. Right? And other fledgling games. Because they've got chess. They also have... What else do they have? I think they have Naraka team was one of the other ones. Yeah, they still got Naraka. They've got Marvel Snap. There you go. And they got some ambassador and creators, right? I guess not. Yeah, Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, I forgot about. Wait, they have a Counter-Strike? I must have missed that. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah. Which is totally confusing with a player called Error, by the way. For any Dota 2 people. Yeah, and PUBG Mobile they're still active in. So, yeah. But, I don't know. I don't know if people found that kind of, like, discussion interesting. We do that occasionally. Dude, I gotta find a way to optimize it around, like, YouTube content push. I think there's, like, some interesting things to explore there. I'd love to start doing podcasts with, like, esports people and wider and discussing these things, because everyone, like, who does... I feel like everyone who wants to do an esports podcast is usually about, like, either the origins of the person or, like, the news instead of the wider, what I call macroeconomics, etc. And macro social swings. I need to be a political streamer. But I can only really make it if every 5 minutes I say that no one's subscribed and you guys are getting content for free. You guys remember that reference, right? That one was hilarious. I got lucky and got on teams and got experience, otherwise the dream is dead. Yeah. That's a shame, man. I mean, but like that's to do with the globalization of esports, right? In some ways it makes sense, but it's also just like, yeah. It's why grassroots is important. I think Dota 2 lost that a long time ago. Like I said, I'm still shocked that new players have ever come through, right? Like, just think about like Team Spirit when they won TI and they were the youngest team ever. No one would have expected that because, like, where the hell? Got to be good and smart. In the past, you could just be good and listen to your captain. Yeah. And that's interesting, though, because, like, a statement like that suggests that, like, all the old players should just be retiring by next year, right? You know what I mean? It's like, well, they can't keep up. They're all goddamn men. All right, guys. I think maybe we call it. I mean, I could stay for a little bit longer, but my son's going to be dropped off soonish. Probably in 40 minutes. And I would have loved to have done the other series for sure, but like Anatan Elyona, B Sass, like these have all been scheduled for even later. Actually, I'm mad now. It was like Elyona was not available because he was doing this one, like doing the Elite Classic one. But yeah, they've been scheduled for like 7 p.m. my time, and my son is literally being dropped off at that point, so it wouldn't have been possible, sadly. So we won't be able to catch those. I will put a ping out on the Discord on what's going to be happening with semifinals, and we'll also make sure we put a Reddit thread up about it as well. But we will have at least one semifinal into grand finals on Thursday with the goal. Problem is, new players aren't exactly smart, but that's because games are easy nowadays. Shakes fist, blah blah. USA is the most important market in the world. All right, chill. We already knew you're from the US. Too far, too far. Yes and no. It's a very valuable market, but sometimes it is a little bit overestimated in terms of marketing spend. Like, trust me, someone who deals in this side of the business, NA spend is illogical a lot of the time compared to Europe spend. It's interesting where games can actually get carried by just going to less obvious markets. I think Apex Legends has done phenomenal over the years because of Japan, for example. Reason there's no tournaments in NA, yeah, it's like, you know, like it's not, I'm not talking just about like the cost of like let's host a stadium or whatever. It's also just the cost of advertising there is insane. Like, you know, I remember when I was negotiating for an event, I asked someone, you know, what's the reasonable rate I could charge these guys? And he's like, I got a friend, let me ask them. He was like, oh yeah, they worked with like this guy, and this guy was like charging $2,000 an hour. Like, oh. I mean, yeah, he's a bigger host than me, but if I can get like half that, holy crap. And then the guy followed was like, oh, this is the European team? Yeah, no, they're cheapskates. You won't get anywhere near that. I was like, it is true though. It's like I've been trying to work this out as well and bring in some new brands that aren't endemic to gaming and esports in. And these brands are very, very NA focused. They spend so many millions per year just on the NA market. But they are so deeply ingrained in competing with everyone else for the highest marketing spend area. They don't diversify their fund spend to easy to reach areas. A lot of the time marketing these days is just spend stupid number because someone else spent stupid number. And they don't think about like content avenues that would be more cost efficient. And I find that comical because that really does apply to gaming in NA. Like, outside of gaming, in NA, it is understood just how expensive like the marketing effort's going to be. But NA creators don't necessarily, on average, get offered a lot more than European creators or whatever for an integration. Some brands might, based on their checking your demographics, but like a raw metric calculation is usually used on your average viewership to what we should offer you to do a sponsor stream for a game, right? So like, in those environments, those are pristine examples of where this company that's spending over 100 million marketing in NA per year could just divert 2 million of that and get more penetration by using gamers. NA casters are the same for like every FPS. In some degrees, true. I'd say it's like divided in two groups where you've got tac shooters, casters, and then you have like the Call of Duty-esque ones and whatnot, with battle royales to a certain degree overlapping. But yeah, with NA casters, I don't know about that. It's a bit weird in some ways. Yeah, you'd think me being European based would get me more work than the NA casters. Americans. I've got that British accent, right? Alright. I think, though, I'll probably get ready to wrap it up. Good talk. We might have more of these. I really need to get, like, some people on, start our own podcast. Ugh. And then just moan about things. Was it like Sinner and Sons fans, we say things. We'll just have one called We Moan About Things. But, guys, I'm going to get ready to end it. So, YouTube side, thank you for watching. That's going to be it. We will be back on Thursday when it will be Grand Finals Thursday. Remember, we also are planning another Hims Cup show match on the Friday. So, epic games to come both Thursday and Friday. Make sure you've got notification turned on. Make sure you join the Discord as well. We ping out there also. And I'll catch you in the next